Hello, and welcome to Sleepy Science. I'm so glad you're here. Maybe your thoughts feel tangled, or your body's a little tired, or maybe, just maybe, you're one of those beautiful minds that finds comfort in quiet wonder. Whatever brought you here tonight, you're in the right place, because this evening, we're going to drift gently through the astonishing world of your own body, the hidden facts, the quiet miracles, and the overlooked details that are quietly working inside you right now, even as you listen. From the strange truth that you carry more bacteria than human cells, to the quiet glow of your skin in the dark. From the idea that your bones are hollow yet strong enough to hold enormous pressure, to the way your heartbeat can sync with the rhythm of music. Every part of you holds a secret waiting to be seen, and tonight we'll uncover them, slowly, softly, like peeling back the curtain of a dream. Nothing too fast, nothing too loud. Just a slow stream of science, unfolding like breath. So wherever you are, whether you're curled up beneath the weight of blankets, or swaying gently in the quiet of a night lamp, I'd love to know, what part of the world are you listening from? And is it as still there as it is here? If soft explorations like this soothe your mind or lull you into a gentle sleep, it would mean the world if you'd tap like or subscribe. That small action helps more curious, sleepy minds find their way to this peaceful corner of the internet. Now, take a breath with me. Let it out slowly, and prepare to discover 30 astonishing things about your own body that you might never have known. From gold in your blood to memories in your immune system, this is your quiet journey inward, to the strange, beautiful, mysterious machine that is you. You have more bacteria than human cells. You might think you are a single organism, built from your own cells, guided by your DNA, and operating as a unified system. But that impression is more illusion than fact, because, biologically speaking, you are not just human. You are a habitat, a host, a densely populated terrain shared by tens of trillions of microbial residents, who quietly outnumber your own cells, and influence almost every function of your body, from digestion and immunity to mood, cognition, and even decision-making. According to the most updated estimates, your body contains roughly 30 trillion human cells, and around 39 trillion microbial cells, primarily bacteria, but also archaea, fungi, and viruses, most of which reside in your gastrointestinal tract, particularly the large intestine. That means you are, by cell count, slightly more microbial than human. But even more staggering is the genetic ratio. The microbial genes in your body outnumber your own by over 100 to 1, with approximately 3 million microbial genes compared to your 20,000 human genes, expanding your functional genome far beyond the boundaries of your chromosomes. This isn't just a numerical curiosity, it's a defining feature of your biology. These microbes perform vital functions your own body can't do alone. They break down complex carbohydrates and dietary fibers, synthesize essential vitamins like B12 and K, regulate immune responses, neutralize toxins, and even produce neurotransmitters such as serotonin and dopamine, influencing your mental state from within your gut. In fact, over 90% of your body's serotonin is produced in the gut lining, not the brain, and recent studies suggest that imbalances in microbial populations can be linked to anxiety, depression, and neurodevelopmental disorders. This cluster of microorganisms, collectively referred to as the human microbiota, and their genetic content, the microbiome, are now considered so essential that some researchers describe them as a forgotten organ. The microbiota colonize your body from the moment you're born. If you were delivered vaginally, your first exposure came from your mother's birth canal. If via cesarean, you were initially seeded by the skin microbiota of caregivers and hospital environments, a difference that can shape immune system development for years. Within weeks of birth, your gut becomes one of the most densely populated ecosystems known in biology, with over 100 billion microorganisms per gram of intestinal content. By age 3, your microbial profile stabilizes and begins to resemble an adult's. Although it remains responsive to diet, illness, environment, and medication throughout life. A single dose of broad-spectrum antibiotics, for example, can wipe out up to 30% of your gut flora, sometimes permanently altering your microbial composition. And these changes matter. Imbalances in the microbiome, a condition known as dysbiosis, have been implicated in everything from obesity, type 2 diabetes, and cardiovascular disease to inflammatory bowel disorders, eczema, asthma, and colorectal cancer. The microbial world inside you is not passive. It is active, reactive, and deeply integrated into your physiology. Your immune system, for instance, relies on microbial signaling to distinguish between friend and foe. Germ-free mice, raised in sterile conditions without microbes, develop underpowered immune systems, digestive issues, and abnormal brain chemistry. In human terms, this means that the microbes living in your gut are helping train your immune system every day to respond appropriately to real threats and ignore harmless substances like food proteins or pollen. Beyond digestion and immunity, the microbiome also plays a role in energy extraction and fat storage. Certain bacterial strains are more efficient at breaking down carbohydrates, allowing more calories to be absorbed from the same amount of food. Studies have shown that obese individuals often have a different microbial composition than lean individuals, even when calorie intake is the same. In one experiment, gut microbes from obese humans were transplanted into germ-free mice, and those mice gained significantly more fat than those who received microbes from lean donors. The microbiome affects not just how much you eat, but how your body interprets what you eat. And it may even influence what you crave. Some bacteria release signaling molecules that interact with the vagus nerve, the neural superhighway connecting your gut and brain, potentially nudging you toward the foods they prefer, typically ones that promote their own growth. This gives a whole new context to cravings. What feels like your hunger might, in some cases, be microbial lobbying. And the connection to mental health runs even deeper. Certain gut bacteria can influence stress reactivity, mood regulation, and social behavior, possibly through the gut-brain axis and immune signaling. One study found that patients with major depressive disorder showed distinct differences in microbial composition compared to healthy controls, and supplementing certain strains showed measurable improvement in symptoms. Though this area is still in early exploration. If your skin was stripped and examined under a microscope, you'd see colonies of Propionibacterium thriving in oily pores, Staphylococcus species crowding sweat glands, and entire microbial communities evolving in the moist creases of your armpits and groin. Your mouth, too, is a battleground of species, with biofilms forming complex, multi-layered environments where bacteria compete and cooperate in shifting alliances. And while brushing and flossing help disrupt these formations, nothing fully sterilizes them. And that's not a bad thing. A healthy mouth microbiome protects against harmful invaders like Streptococcus mutans, a key player in cavities, and supports immune signaling in the oral cavity. Even your lungs, once believed to be sterile, are now understood to host their own sparse but significant microbiota, which may contribute to respiratory health and inflammation control. This layered microbial distribution across your body surfaces is not random. It follows environmental gradients, moisture, pH, temperature, and adapts to stressors like hygiene products, diet, and sleep. When things go wrong, say, after illness, antibiotics, or a prolonged poor diet, restoring microbial balance becomes crucial. That's where interventions like probiotics, prebiotics, and even fecal microbiota transplants, FMT, come into play. FMT, though still met with hesitation, has shown astonishing success in treating Clostridioides difficile infections, which often resist antibiotics, but respond dramatically to the reintroduction of a healthy microbial ecosystem via donor stool. With a success rate of over 90%, FMT illustrates how the microbiome functions like an organ, one that can be damaged, rehabilitated, and transplanted. This redefinition of treatment is already reshaping how medicine sees chronic illness. Instead of targeting pathogens in isolation, researchers are developing therapies that reprogram entire microbial networks. And with the rise of precision microbiome mapping, it may soon be possible to customize diets, treatments, or supplements based on the unique microbial fingerprint of each individual. What's equally compelling is the microbiome's role in human evolution. The partnership between humans and microbes is not accidental, it's ancestral. Microbes have co-evolved with us for hundreds of thousands of years, adapting alongside shifts in our diets, behaviors, and environments. Traditional hunter-gatherer societies have microbial profiles radically different from industrialized populations, bigger in diversity, better suited to fiber, rich diets, and more resistant to certain diseases. Loss of microbial diversity in modern populations may be a hidden driver behind autoimmune conditions, allergies, and chronic inflammation. And some researchers believe that rewilding the microbiome, restoring ancient strains through lifestyle or diet, may offer a key to reversing modern epidemics. The takeaway here isn't fear, it's awareness. Microbial health is not abstract. It's diet, it's hygiene, it's antibiotics, it's stress, it's sleep. Every choice you make, what you eat, how you clean, where you live, shapes your internal population, and your internal population shapes you. So, no, you are not a passive observer in this microbial relationship. You are a collaborator, a manager of a complex, ever-changing ecosystem that lives not outside you, but within. And this reframes health entirely, not as the absence of disease, but as the ongoing maintenance of balance in a multi-species system. You don't need to memorize every bacterial name or track every ratio, but it helps to remember that wellness isn't just about the body you see. It's about the invisible symphony playing beneath the surface, one that whispers in chemical signals, encodes messages in metabolites, and shapes the way you move through the world. Sometimes gently, sometimes decisively, always intimately. Your DNA could stretch to the moon and back. You've likely never thought of yourself as vast. But hidden within each of your cells is a code so long, so meticulously folded, that if uncoiled and laid end to end, the DNA from just one human body could stretch to the moon and back. Not once, but tens of thousands of times, a biological thread of such staggering length that its quiet containment almost defies belief. This isn't poetic exaggeration, it's a mathematical reality. Every cell in your body, except red blood cells, carries about 2 meters of DNA tightly packed into its nucleus. Considering that your body has roughly 30 trillion cells, the total length of DNA inside you, uncoiled, would measure approximately 60 trillion meters, or over 75,000 times the distance from the Earth to the Moon and back. But what does it mean that you're carrying a universe's worth of instruction within you? How is it even possible that something so long fits into a space so small? And beyond the numbers, what does this length represent in terms of your identity, your inheritance, your vulnerability? To begin answering that, we need to understand DNA not as a metaphor for complexity, but as a real physical structure, a molecule that embodies life's blueprint with astonishing elegance. Deoxyribonucleic acid, or DNA, is a polymer, a molecule made up of repeating units called nucleotides, each composed of a sugar, a phosphate group, and a nitrogenous base, adenine, thymine, cytosine, or guanine. These bases pair up in predictable ways, R with T, C with G, forming the famous double helix. In total, the human genome contains around 3.2 billion base pairs. And while only about 1.5% of this sequence directly codes for proteins, the rest plays crucial roles in gene regulation, structural integrity, and epigenetic control. These base pairs, strung together in precise sequences, make up the genetic instructions for building and maintaining your body. The double helix coils into nucleosomes, then into chromatin, and eventually into the compact chromosomes, visible under a microscope during cell division. The level of compression here is extraordinary. Imagine trying to stuff 24 miles of string into a tennis ball without tangling it, while still being able to pull out exactly the segment you need at the exact time you need it. That's what your cells do every second of your life. And they don't just store this code, they constantly read, copy, repair, and sometimes even rewrite it. Each time a cell divides, it must replicate all its DNA, more than 6 billion base pairs, with an error rate so low it borders on miraculous. DNA polymerase, the enzyme responsible for copying DNA, makes an error about once in every 10 million base pairs. And most of those errors are corrected by cellular proofreading and repair mechanisms. Yet, despite these safeguards, mutations occur. And some are neutral, some beneficial, and some devastating. Cancer, for example, often begins with a single uncorrected mutation that allows a cell to grow without restraint. But so does evolution. Without mutation, life would stagnate, trapped in a perfect but brittle design. So this enormous strand of instruction inside you is not just static information. It's dynamic, responsive, shaped by internal needs and environmental pressures. And over the span of your life, it will be subtly altered by the food you eat, the air you breathe, the stress you carry, and even the love you give or receive. Because DNA doesn't operate in isolation, it's constantly in dialogue with your environment through a process called epigenetics, the biochemical changes that influence gene expression without altering the underlying code. What's even more humbling is the way DNA connects you to all of life. The molecule itself is ancient, over 3.5 billion years old in evolutionary terms, and virtually identical in structure across all known organisms. The banana, the blue whale, the fly buzzing past your window, all of them rely on the same 4-letter alphabet to build their bodies. You share approximately 98.8% of your DNA with chimpanzees, 85% with mice, 60% with chickens, and even 50% with cabbage. These numbers aren't poetic claims about being one with nature. They're genetic facts, based on direct comparison of base pair sequences. DNA is the common thread, the biological language that life has never stopped speaking. And despite its age, it has never lost its power to innovate. Through rearrangement, duplication, deletion, and silent drift, DNA writes the history of species, scrawling it across generations with breathtaking patience. Every cell in your body is not just alive, it is fluent in an ancient code that predates language, religion, and civilization itself. But the scale of it, the sheer physical vastness of your DNA, is what most people never consider. If you zoom in to the level of one nucleus, the DNA is packed into a space about 6 micrometers in diameter, yet it spans 2 meters in length. That's like packing a 24-mile long thread into a space the width of a human hair. Now multiply that by 30 trillion cells, and you begin to see how vast you truly are. This is where the analogy of the moon comes in. The average distance from the Earth to the moon is 384,400 kilometers. With 60 trillion meters of DNA inside you, that distance could be covered and returned over 78,000 times. And yet, all of it fits inside you quietly, constantly, doing its work without ever once alerting your consciousness. This isn't science fiction. This is molecular biology. And it leads us to some unsettling questions. If DNA defines so much of who we are, our appearance, our susceptibility to disease, our metabolism, even our potential for certain behaviors, how much freedom do we really have? Are we just carriers of code, following instructions from the inside out? Or is there room for choice, for will, for something that transcends the molecule? The answer isn't simple. Yes, your genes predispose you to certain traits, but they do not predetermine them. Gene expression is context dependent. It's shaped by nutrition, exercise, trauma, social interaction, and more. Identical twins, who share the exact same DNA, can develop vastly different personalities, health outcomes, and lifespans depending on their environments. That means DNA is not destiny, it's potential, a starting point, not a sentence. And yet, our growing understanding of genetics has created new ethical dilemmas. We can now sequence a person's entire genome for less than $1,000. We can predict the risk of hundreds of diseases with a cheek swab. Technologies like CRISPR allow scientists to edit genes with unprecedented precision. This opens the door to curing genetic disorders, but also to engineering traits, selecting embryos, and reshaping the genome in ways that were once unthinkable. The line between medicine and enhancement blurs, and behind that, a deeper question waits. If we can edit ourselves, who gets to decide what's worth changing, what part of us is natural, and what part is negotiable? But perhaps the most poignant realization comes not from what DNA can do, but from what it remembers. Inside, you are segments of code inherited from long-dead ancestors. Some of them Neanderthal, some Denisovane, others still unknown. Roughly 8% of your DNA comes from ancient viruses that infected our primate ancestors, inserted their genes into the germline, and never left. These viral ghosts may play roles in placenta formation, immune regulation, and brain development. You carry within you not just the story of your family, but the echo of epidemics, migrations, and cosmic accidents spanning millions of years. Your genome is a living archive of evolutionary survival. And that's the strange paradox of DNA. On the one hand, it is intimately you, your blueprint, your signature, your biological fingerprint. On the other, it is profoundly impersonal. A code so durable and widespread that it binds you to mushrooms and manatees alike. A molecule that doesn't care about your plans, your poetry, your pain, and yet makes all of them possible. It is both anonymous and intimate, fragile and immortal. And though you'll never see it with your eyes, it quietly defines you from birth to death, and possibly beyond, in the children or ideas or stories you leave behind. So the next time you glance up at the moon, try to imagine a thread reaching out from every cell in your body, weaving through the darkness, spanning that impossible distance over and over again, not as a symbol, but as a measurement. Try to grasp the fact that your body contains a library so immense, so meticulously organized, that if you unraveled it, you could cross the emptiness between worlds, not in metaphor, in meters. You are not just a body, you are a vessel of billions of letters, spelling out a script older than stone, longer than a lunar voyage, and still being written, base by base, every single day you live. Pain is a brain-created illusion. What if I told you that pain, the very thing that feels most real when it strikes, isn't actually something your body produces, but something your brain invents, often without your permission, and sometimes without a cause? This might sound unsettling, even offensive to those who live with chronic suffering, but it is one of the most profound discoveries in neuroscience. Pain is not a direct reaction to injury, but a perception created by your brain, based on how it interprets signals, memories, context, and expectation. You can suffer pain without any physical damage, and you can be gravely injured without feeling any pain at all. This isn't philosophical abstraction. It's observable fact. Soldiers with gunshot wounds often report no pain until they're out of danger. Athletes with torn ligaments can finish games before collapsing in agony hours later. Phantom limb pain, where amputees feel torment in a limb that no longer exists, proves beyond doubt that pain isn't just about tissue, it's about representation. Your brain builds a model of your body, a body map, and pain occurs when it perceives that this map is under threat. But that perception isn't always accurate, and it isn't always fair. In fact, it can become its own disease. Pain, once imagined as a simple warning light flashing in response to damage, is now understood as a complex adaptive and deeply subjective process that can either protect you or destroy you depending on how the system interprets itself. Let's break it down. Pain begins with nociceptors, specialized sensory neurons that detect extreme pressure, heat, chemical irritation, or damage to tissues. When activated, these neurons send signals via the spinal cord to the brain. But this is only the start. The signals don't equal pain, they're just data. It's your brain that decides whether or not to translate those signals into a feeling of pain, and it does so by considering numerous factors: past experiences, emotional state, attention, cultural beliefs, expectations, and context. If you stub your toe while calm and safe, the pain might feel intense. But if you're in the middle of escaping danger, your brain may suppress that pain altogether to prioritize survival. In this sense, pain is less a response and more a judgment call, a decision, and this explains why pain is so variable. Two people can experience the same injury and report vastly different pain levels. This is not weakness or drama, it's biology. Your brain isn't a passive receiver of pain signals. It's an active creator of the pain experience. It enhances, filters, distorts, or silences input based on what it thinks matters most in the moment. This also means that your brain can generate pain in the absence of injury. Conditions like fibromyalgia, complex regional pain syndrome, and tension headaches often involve no clear physical damage. Instead, they reflect dysregulation in the brain's pain networks. Essentially, a false alarm that becomes stuck in the on position. And once the brain learns to produce pain, it can become better at it. This is called central sensitization, where the nervous system becomes more sensitive over time, reacting to stimuli that were previously harmless. Light touch, mild pressure, or even normal movement can begin to cause intense pain. Not because the body is deteriorating, but because the brain has lowered its threshold for alarm. Think of it like a smoke detector that becomes so sensitive, it goes off every time you toast bread. The signal no longer reflects danger, it reflects dysfunction. And the longer this continues, the more the brain rewires itself to expect and amplify pain, reinforcing the cycle. This is why chronic pain is not just a symptom. It is a condition in its own right, with structural and functional changes observable on brain scans. In long-term sufferers, areas involved in pain perception, emotion, memory, and attention, such as the prefrontal cortex, amygdala, and anterior cingulate cortex, show altered activity and even volume. The pain is not imagined, it's embodied. It lives in the nervous system, shaped by experience, locked in patterns that no longer serve the body's protection, but instead perpetuate its suffering. And this brings us to a crucial distinction. Pain is not damage, it is a signal, and like all signals, it can be misinterpreted, exaggerated, or even entirely fictional. Take phantom limb pain, one of the clearest demonstrations of the brain's autonomy in pain creation. An amputee may feel excruciating cramps or burning in a foot that no longer exists. Why? Because the brain's internal map still includes that foot. The pain doesn't come from the limb, it comes from the brain's attempt to interpret a void. Similarly, people with mirror, touch synesthesia, may feel pain simply by watching someone else get injured. And in cases of psychogenic pain, the discomfort is real, measurable, and persistent, but there is no injury to be found. These phenomena force us to abandon the idea that pain is a reliable indicator of bodily harm. Sometimes it is, often it isn't. And recognizing this is the first step in unlearning one of the most deeply ingrained assumptions in medicine and culture: that what hurts must be broken. The consequences of this shift are enormous. It means that healing pain isn't always about fixing tissue, it's about retraining perception. It's about teaching the brain to reinterpret the signals it receives, or to downregulate the threat response it has overlearned. This is the foundation of approaches like graded motor imagery, mirror therapy, and cognitive behavioral pain management, which help patients slowly uncouple movement and fear, attention and pain, emotion and threat. These therapies don't eliminate nociceptors. They teach the brain not to overreact. And while medication can provide relief, it often acts downstream, dampening the sensation without changing the source of its generation. In contrast, Brain-based therapies target the origin of the signal, helping to rewire neural patterns that have become maladaptive. Research shows that expectation alone can profoundly influence pain perception. In placebo-controlled studies, patients given sugar pills, but told they were powerful painkillers, often report significant relief, and brain imaging shows that actual pain circuits are modulated. This isn't deception. It's a demonstration of how belief, trust, and context alter the brain's calculations. The same signal, given a different meaning, produces a different experience. It's also why emotional pain and physical pain activate overlapping brain regions, the same areas involved in a broken bone. Like the anterior cingulate cortex and insula, light up during social rejection, heartbreak, or grief. Pain, in this sense, is a unified language of distress, used by the brain to signal threat, loss, or imbalance, regardless of its source. And sometimes, it misapplies that language. A person with chronic back pain may have no structural damage on MRI, but their brain has learned to associate movement with danger. They feel pain because their nervous system expects it, not because the body is in peril. Inversely, someone in a high-risk job may sustain repeated injuries, but feel little discomfort due to conditioned suppression of pain pathways. These mismatches reveal that pain is deeply contextual, and that healing must involve more than just surgery or pills. It must include meaning, memory, safety, and trust. This knowledge doesn't trivialize suffering. It expands our understanding of it. It means that people with chronic pain are not weak, hysterical, or inventing symptoms. They are experiencing a real neurobiological process that has become unmoored from its original purpose. It also means that the path to relief may lie not just in eliminating the source of pain, but in teaching the brain a new story about the body, a story where movement is safe, where sensations are just sensations, where pain is acknowledged but not feared, where the nervous system can unlearn what it no longer needs to protect you from. And perhaps this is the most difficult part to accept, that your own brain, the organ you trust to define reality, can mislead you, not out of malice, but out of caution. That it can conjure suffering in the name of protection, and then become addicted to the pattern it created. But it also means that your brain can change. That pain is not your identity. It is a process, a map that can be redrawn. And that in understanding this, truly understanding it, you don't just learn about nerves or neurotransmitters. You reclaim agency. You gain the ability to step outside the alarm system and say, I see you, I feel you, but I am not you. So the next time pain arises, whether sharp or dull, old or new, pause and ask not just what's wrong with my body, but what is my brain trying to protect me from? Ask whether the pain still serves a purpose, whether it belongs to this moment or to an earlier one echoing forward, because sometimes the injury has healed. The threat is gone, but the signal remains, looping in circuitry that no longer fits the present. And in that moment of reflection, you may find the beginning of relief, not in numbing the sensation, but in softening your reaction to it, in seeing pain not just as an enemy, but as a message, sometimes misfired, sometimes outdated, always human. The human brain uses as much power as a light bulb. You might never guess it, but the most complex object in the known universe runs on the same amount of energy as a 20-watt light bulb. Your brain, the seat of every thought, memory, fear, dream, and decision, draws only a small sip of power compared to what it accomplishes. It doesn't glow, hum, or heat up like a machine. There are no sparks, no wires, no mechanical parts to replace. And yet within its 1.4 kilograms of mass, it manages to keep you alive, alert, aware, and continuously adapting. This tiny organ, about the size of 2 fists held together, consumes roughly 20% of your body's total energy, despite representing only about 2% of your body weight. In absolute terms, that translates to about 300–400 kilocalories per Dalton Y, or the equivalent of a small banana powering your entire conscious existence. The image is almost laughable. An organ that orchestrates the symphony of your senses running on the dietary value of a light snack. But it's true. And more impressively, this power consumption doesn't spike wildly when you are solving puzzles, learning a language, or even having a panic attack. Most of the energy your brain uses goes toward maintaining what's called the default mode network. Your brain's baseline activity, the silent hum of internal processing that persists even when you're doing nothing at all. That internal hum is your constant companion, handling memory consolidation, daydreaming, self-reflection, and emotional monitoring. In essence, you burn mental energy simply by existing, not by effort. Thinking harder doesn't always require more fuel. It just reroutes what's already flowing. Every second, billions of neurons fire, sending electrochemical messages across trillions of synapses. Each signal is powered by ion gradients, tiny shifts in charged particles that generate a kind of biological electricity, maintained by pumps that require constant energy input. But the brain isn't just fast, it's also selective. It doesn't waste energy processing everything. Instead, it prioritizes. Visual cortex neurons, for example, are extremely active even at rest, preparing you to interpret the world. Motor cortex regions ramp up when you even imagine movement. Prefrontal circuits light up in anticipation of decision, making long before you're aware a decision is being made. Each of these functions is part of a massively parallel system operating within tight energy constraints. This scarcity drives optimization. The brain recycles neurotransmitters, prunes unused connections, and strengthens only the pathways that are used repeatedly. That's why practice makes perfect. Not because the brain is working harder, but because it's refining its energy use. Over time, it builds efficiency by doing less, not more. Even so, the brain's fuel demands are relentless. It relies almost exclusively on glucose, a simple sugar carried through the bloodstream, and in rare cases, uses ketone bodies during starvation or fasting. It cannot store fuel like muscles do, nor can it turn off to conserve energy. If glucose delivery stops for even a few minutes, say, during a stroke or cardiac arrest, neurons begin to die. This vulnerability makes the brain both miraculous and fragile. It must function continuously, anticipate threats, manage body systems, and support awareness, all while staying within a narrow energy budget. This delicate balance is what keeps you alive, but it's also what explains why your brain tires, why sleep is non-negotiable, and why you can feel mentally drained even if you haven't moved all day. Unlike a computer, your brain doesn't have a centralized power cord or a cooling fan. Its power is distributed across a dense web of blood vessels and glial cells, with energy use dictated by demand. Areas in use get more blood flow, while quiet regions receive less, a fact exploited in functional MRI scanning. This vascular precision helps your brain avoid overheating, manage local stress, and conserve energy for high-priority tasks. Perhaps most fascinating is how little that energy consumption changes across activity levels. Whether you are sitting silently or solving a calculus problem, the difference in brain power usage is surprisingly small. Most of the energy goes to maintaining infrastructure, not solving new problems. That infrastructure includes resting potentials, ion gradients, membrane integrity, and constant neurotransmitter cycling. Even when you meditate, sleep, or stare blankly at the wall, your brain hums along, sustaining selfhood through continuous internal dialogue. This is why disorders like Alzheimer's disease or Parkinson's are so devastating. They don't just remove memory or motion, they disrupt the energy economy of the brain, causing once efficient systems to fail under the same energy load. It's not just cognitive decline, it's energetic collapse. Similarly, conditions like brain fog, chronic fatigue syndrome, or even burnout may relate not to willpower or laziness, but to dysregulated energy use, where the brain's normal optimization is impaired. When synaptic signals become noisy, metabolic systems falter, and neurotransmitters lose balance. Even simple thoughts can feel exhausting. And yet, the brain adapts. In learning, it doesn't require massive new circuits. It strengthens the old. In trauma, it reroutes around damage. In injury, it may build entirely new regions to restore function, as seen in patients who recover speech or motor control after stroke. This resilience is built on efficient use of energy, not brute force. The metaphor of a light bulb is almost too humble, but it illustrates a truth. Brightness doesn't come from burning everything at once. It comes from consistency. Your brain glows not with power, but with persistence. Moment by moment, it shines just brightly enough to keep your mind stitched together, to hold your sense of self, to run background calculations about everything from posture to morality. You don't notice this. You're not supposed to. That's the point of good design. But once you understand how little power your brain needs to do so much, the mystery of human cognition becomes even more profound. How can such slight fuel give rise to imagination? Emotion? Memory, thought? We still don't fully know. But one thing is certain. Your brain is a master of economy. It spends wisely, learns through pruning, and values structure over chaos. Even your habits, good or bad, are examples of energetic efficiency. Repetition becomes automation not because it's smarter, but because it's cheaper. Neural shortcuts exist, not to make life exciting, but to save resources. This is both empowering and sobering. It means you can teach your brain to be better at anything, but it also means your brain will resist change unless the energy cost is justified. That's why new habits feel hard. It's not just discipline. It's physics. Changing your mind requires metabolic fuel. And once a pattern is established, it costs more to undo it than to maintain it. But this also means every small change matters. Every new idea you absorb, every distraction you reduce, every moment of focused thought, it reshapes your brain's budget. You are constantly building the machine that builds you. Every decision to rest, challenge, or ignore something affects how your brain allocates energy tomorrow. And in that quiet reality lies something deeply humbling. While computers heat up and engines roar, your brain accomplishes its wonders in silence, under low voltage without spectacle. It is a lighthouse made of neurons, steady, soft, and persistent. The work it does is invisible but continuous, lighting your thoughts with the gentlest glow. You'll never feel the electricity surge inside it. You'll never hear its gears turning. But every time you remember a name, hold a feeling, or wonder what's coming next, you are witnessing the work of a low-powered miracle, one that doesn't need to burn bright to keep you lit. Human blood has gold in it. If someone told you there was gold in your veins, you might laugh or imagine it metaphorically. Something poetic about being precious or unique. But the truth is literal. Trace amounts of elemental gold circulate through your bloodstream right now. This isn't mythology or exaggeration. It is biochemistry. Gold, that ancient symbol of wealth and power, exists in your body in minute concentrations. Too small to glitter or weigh, but real enough to be measured in parts per billion. On average, a person carries about 0.2 milligrams of gold, dispersed mostly through the blood and soft tissues, not in coins or nuggets, but as individual atoms bound to proteins and enzymes. It doesn't sit there passively either. Gold ions can influence cellular behavior, interact with immune pathways, and are even used in some anti-inflammatory medications for diseases like rheumatoid arthritis. The fact that your body accepts such a rare element and uses it functionally reveals something deeper about the periodic table. It is not distant from you, it is you. The periodic elements are not just academic abstractions on classroom walls. They are the alphabet your biology writes itself with, and gold is one of its more rare and quietly influential letters. But gold isn't manufactured in the body, like all heavy elements. It was forged in the hearts of dying stars, supernovae, and neutron star collisions that seeded the universe with metals. That means every gold atom in your body, as tiny as it is, was birthed in a cosmic explosion billions of years ago and somehow ended up in your bloodstream, riding the pathways of life. You are, in a literal sense, a carrier of stellar debris. But why gold? Why would evolution allow, or even need, such an exotic metal in the body? The answer is partially practical, partially incidental. Gold as a transition metal has specific chemical properties that make it an excellent conductor and a relatively stable ion when bound to certain sulfur-containing proteins. It has low reactivity, high electron density, and a unique ability to influence oxidation, reduction reactions, which are critical in cellular respiration and immune responses. That said, the body doesn't rely heavily on gold. It's more accurate to say the body tolerates it, incorporates it when available, and, in certain cases, may benefit from it. Unlike iron or zinc, which are actively regulated and essential to enzyme function, gold exists in a kind of quiet background role. It's like a guest molecule, rare, inert, but occasionally useful. Still, its presence has inspired fascinating biomedical applications. Gold nanoparticles, for instance, are now used in advanced medical diagnostics and cancer treatments. Because gold is biocompatible, it doesn't corrode or trigger strong immune rejection. Scientists have learned to attach therapeutic molecules to gold-based carriers, allowing for precision targeting inside the body. In some experimental treatments, gold nanoparticles are guided to tumor cells and then activated with light or magnetic fields to release drugs or even generate localized heat to kill cancerous tissues. This is gold, not as jewelry, but as medicine. The same metal once used for crowns and coins is now part of an evolving strategy to fight disease from within. Interestingly, the body seems to accumulate trace gold over time, often more concentrated in the liver, kidneys, and brain. Autopsies have shown that certain areas of the brain may retain gold in levels higher than average, possibly due to the blood-brain barrier's selective filtering. Whether that has any neurochemical impact is still under investigation, but it raises compelling questions. Does elemental gold influence mood, memory, or neural repair? Could its presence or absence affect cognitive resilience or degeneration? We don't know yet, but the exploration has begun. Researchers are now studying how gold ions may affect neurotransmitter pathways and cellular longevity, and whether these microscopic particles of metal are simply passive passengers or subtle participants in the orchestration of life. And even more curiously, the gold levels in your body can be affected by your diet, environment, and genetics. People who live in areas with high mineral content in water or soil, or those who work in certain industries, like electronics or dentistry, often show slightly elevated gold levels in their tissues. It turns out the line between environment and biology is porous, and elements like gold can cross it without your knowledge. You absorb a little of the earth every day, and some of it stays. To be clear, the amount of gold in your system is not valuable in any economic sense. You couldn't mine your body and buy even a single grain of rice with what's inside. But the value here is not measured in currency, it's in connection. Understanding that your bloodstream carries atoms created in stellar collisions collapses the perceived distance between biology and cosmology. You are not just made of matter, you are made of meaningful matter. The very atoms in your blood carry a signature of the stars, and gold is one of the rarest and most ancient of them. This isn't romanticism, it is nuclear astrophysics. When you cut your finger and see a drop of blood bead up, you're not just looking at a liquid of oxygen and nutrients. You are seeing a suspension of ancient metals, invisible to the eye, embedded in cells that never chose to be precious, and yet they are. Because what's more extraordinary than stardust flowing through living tissue? So, what do we do with this knowledge? It likely won't change your daily choices. You won't eat differently or sleep longer because of gold. But maybe you'll pause, just for a second, and see yourself differently. Maybe the next time you place your hand over your chest and feel your heart beat, you'll remember that it is not just pumping blood, it's circulating history. Maybe when you think of value, you'll think beyond bank accounts and start to wonder about the quiet chemistry of existence. And maybe you'll understand, in a new way, that your body is not just alive. It's composed, designed by physics, refined by biology, and sprinkled, just slightly, with the inheritance of stars. Your body makes cancer cells all the time. You might imagine disease as something foreign, an external attack, a tragic accident, an invader from the outside world, but perhaps the most unnerving truth about your body is this: it regularly creates the very cells that could one day try to destroy it. Cancer is not an intruder. It is not an error in the environment, a flaw in modernity, or a punishment from your lifestyle. It is a native of your biology, a product of ordinary cellular processes, doing something slightly, but persistently, wrong. Every day, your body undergoes an unfathomable number of cell divisions, about 2 trillion, and with every division comes the possibility of mutation. Most of these mutations are harmless. Some even correct themselves, but others quietly slip through the safety nets. Changes to DNA that alter how a cell grows, behaves, or listens to the biochemical rules of its community. These are the beginnings of cancer, and they happen more often than you think. Studies show that at any given moment you may have dozens of precancerous or mutated cells somewhere in your body, perhaps in your liver, your lungs, your skin, or your colon. They are there, not because you've done something wrong, but because this is what life does when it's constantly rewriting and replicating itself. The miracle isn't that cancer happens. The miracle is that it doesn't happen more often. You are built on the edge of chaos, and every second your cells are gambling with replication, hoping to land on precision, but always flirting with error. Cancer is that error, multiplied and accelerated, and your body's own defense systems are in a constant quiet war to catch it before it becomes something noticeable, dangerous, or fatal. And yet, most of the time, your body wins that war without you even knowing it. Your immune system is remarkably well trained to detect cells that deviate from the norm. Natural killer cells roam your body looking for signs of abnormal growth. Macrophages engulf suspicious entities. T cells are programmed with molecular keys that identify which cells belong and which don't. If a cell loses its ability to regulate growth, the immune system will often flag it, isolate it, and destroy it, efficiently and invisibly. This is not rare, it's routine. It happens thousands of times a day. Some researchers refer to it as immune surveillance, a constant background process of identifying and eliminating potential threats before they become symptomatic. In fact, cancer only becomes a clinical reality when it succeeds in outsmarting or overwhelming these defenses, when its mutations help it cloak itself, suppress immune detection, or spread so rapidly that the immune system can't keep up. Even more astonishing, some cancer cells develop the ability to mimic normal tissue, hijack blood vessels to feed themselves, or send chemical signals to disable immune responses in their environment. They are not just mindless divisions, they are adaptively intelligent in a terrifyingly biological way. It's because they evolve inside you, in real time. Cancer is evolution under pressure, accelerated by survival within the ecosystem of your body. Each mutation gives it a potential new advantage. Each failed attack by the immune system selects for something stronger, faster, more evasive. That's why cancer isn't just a disease. It's a process. It's what happens when cellular evolution goes off script and begins writing its own story. Understanding this reframes everything. It tells us that cancer isn't the product of modern life alone. It existed long before chemicals, before pollution, before processed food, before cities. Dinosaurs had tumors. Ancient mummies have been found with signs of cancer in their bones. Cancer is not new. What's new is our ability to detect it, name it, and try to treat it. The earliest tumors in your body may form years, sometimes decades, before they're ever detected by a scan or a blood test. Some may never become dangerous at all. In fact, Autopsies of elderly people who died from unrelated causes often reveal dormant tumors they never knew they had. These were rogue cells that once tried to grow beyond control, but eventually stalled, suffocated, or were kept in check by the surrounding environment. This tells us something powerful. Not every cancer cell is destiny. Not every mutation leads to disease. The human body is not a ticking time bomb. It is a dynamic, self-regulating organism that can, more often than not, keep its internal chaos in check. Still, this doesn't mean we're helpless when things go wrong. Chemotherapy, radiation, immunotherapy, gene editing, checkpoint inhibitors, all of these are strategies designed to exploit the vulnerabilities of cancer's unregulated growth. But they only work if we understand the underlying reality. Cancer is us, misdirected. It is our machinery spinning slightly out of control. No more evil than a flood or an avalanche. It is nature, amplified and redirected inward. The complexity deepens when you realize that the most dangerous cancers are not the ones that grow the fastest, but the ones that hide the best. Pancreatic cancer, for instance, often grows silently until it is too late. Glioblastomas, the most aggressive brain tumors, can grow with such stealth that they evade detection until they've woven themselves into critical tissue. Part of this has to do with how cancer co-opts its environment. It can send out chemical signals that suppress inflammation, that call new blood vessels into existence, or that mimic normal cellular behavior to avoid suspicion. Some tumors even release tiny packets of genetic material, exosomes, that influence neighboring cells or prepare distant organs for metastasis, creating a path for future colonization. Cancer, in this sense, isn't just a growth, it's a biological conspiracy, a coordinated rebellion that uses your own cellular language against you. And yet, even in this, there is awe. Awe in the system that evolved to be so efficient that it could be turned against itself. Awe in the fact that a single mutated cell, indistinguishable from its neighbors at first, can one day become a mass of billions. Awe in how something so devastating arises not from invasion, but from replication. If the body is a poem, then cancer is a misplaced line that somehow writes itself into an entire verse. And so, you live with this paradox. Every breath you take, every bite you eat, every moment you age, your cells are living, dividing, dying, and being replaced. This is what sustains you. It's what allows your skin to heal, your gut to absorb nutrients, your bones to rebuild, your immune system to adapt. But the very mechanisms that allow for life also create the conditions for its potential unraveling. The question isn't whether you'll have mutated cells, it's whether those cells will be caught, corrected, or controlled. The question isn't whether cancer exists in you, but whether it's quiet or growing. And most importantly, the question isn't simply how to eliminate it, but how to understand it. Not as an evil, but as a mirror into the machinery of being alive. That understanding doesn't erase the fear. Cancer is terrifying because it turns your body into unfamiliar terrain. But maybe, just maybe, knowing that your body already fights it, daily, silently, relentlessly, can give you back a sense of agency. A sense that the story is not yet written, that there is resilience built into your biology, that you are not helpless, even when cells turn against you. Your heart creates an electromagnetic field. You've probably heard that your heart beats about 100,000 times a day. But what you might not know is that each of those beats doesn't just move blood, it sends out an invisible ripple into the world around you. Your heart is not only a pump, it is also an electromagnetic engine. With every contraction, it generates a measurable electromagnetic field that extends several feet beyond your body, pulsing, shifting, subtly broadcasting your biological rhythm into space. This is not poetry, it's physics. The human heart produces the largest electromagnetic field of any organ in the body, far exceeding the brain's in amplitude. Using instruments like magnetocardiograms, scientists can measure this field without even touching the skin. It radiates outward, following the rhythm of your heartbeats, shaped by your emotional and physiological state. When you're calm, it's smooth and coherent. When you are stressed or anxious, it becomes erratic and jagged. This field isn't just a passive consequence. It may also play a role in synchronizing cells within the body, facilitating communication between organ systems, and possibly even influencing those around you. While it may sound mystical, the existence and nature of this field is grounded in electromagnetic laws, not spiritual metaphor. Every cell in your body generates electricity through the movement of ions. The heart, being a muscular organ that contracts rhythmically and continuously, creates strong, organized electrical activity. Activity that generates a magnetic field as described by Maxwell's equations. And since magnetic fields can pass through tissue and air, your heart's rhythm is not confined to your chest. It radiates out of you, always. But the story gets stranger. Researchers have found that this electromagnetic field doesn't just fluctuate randomly, it responds to your emotional states in patterns that are now measurable. The HeartMath Institute, among others, has shown that states of gratitude, compassion, or love tend to produce heart rhythms that are more coherent, smooth, and sine. While states of anger, frustration, or fear create erratic patterns. These changes aren't only visible on EKG machines. They show up in the surrounding electromagnetic field as well. That field, in turn, seems to affect other biological systems, particularly the brain. In some studies, when two people are close to each other, their heart and brain wave patterns begin to synchronize, especially when they're emotionally connected. This synchronization is subtle but real. In pairs of mothers and infants, couples, or even therapists and clients, biological rhythms can come into coherence when the heart enters a stable emotional state. While we don't fully understand the mechanism behind this yet, it suggests that the heart may act as a kind of central harmonizer, not just biologically, but relationally. In a way, your heart broadcasts more than beats. It might be broadcasting signals that tune others, like a conductor keeping time for an orchestra of nervous systems. This changes the way we think about presence. It implies that emotional regulation isn't only internal, it's environmental. You may literally be affecting the people around you through the rhythm and structure of your heart's electromagnetic output. From a purely anatomical perspective, the heart's electrical system begins in a group of cells called the sinoatrial node, your body's natural pacemaker. This cluster initiates each heartbeat by sending an electrical impulse across the atria, prompting them to contract. The signal then travels through the atrioventricular node and down the bundle of His, activating the ventricles. This electrical current, moving through the conductive pathways of your heart muscle, is strong enough to be measured by an electrocardiogram on the surface of your skin. But it's also strong enough to produce a surrounding magnetic field. This field is not static. It varies with every beat, every breath, and every emotion. It's sensitive to hormones like adrenaline or oxytocin, to respiration, to posture, and even to thought. Think of your heart not just as a metronome for your pulse, but as a responsive antenna, transmitting, adjusting, and receiving information through the space around you. Some experiments even show that trained individuals can learn to consciously influence the coherence of this field through biofeedback and focused breathing. These practices, often dismissed as new age or fringe, have measurable effects on heart rate variability, brainwave patterns, and perceived well-being. In other words, by calming your emotional landscape, you may be tuning not just your mind, but your electromagnetic signature. But does this field have any effect beyond your skin? Can it actually influence others in a scientifically meaningful way? This is where things become more speculative, but still grounded in emerging research. We know that all humans have magnetoreception to some degree. Our brains contain magnetite, a mineral responsive to magnetic fields. In some animals, like birds and sea turtles, this is used for navigation. In humans, it's less developed, but still present. It's possible that we can sense the fields generated by other people, not through conscious perception, but through subtle shifts in nervous system regulation. Some researchers theorize that emotional contagion, the phenomenon where moods ripple through groups of people, might have a biological basis beyond facial expressions or voice tone. Your heart's field might be part of how emotions become shared, how empathy feels real, how presence is felt even in silence. Again, this isn't magic. It's emergent biology. The data doesn't suggest telepathy or mystical auras. It suggests that the human body is wired for resonance, and the heart is its central oscillator. In practical terms, this might explain why someone's calm can calm you, why panic can spread like wildfire in crowds, or why synchronized breathing in group settings can produce a feeling of unity. And perhaps most profound is this: the heart's field is not only responsive to your environment, but also predictive of your health. Heart rate variability, ARV, a measurement of the variation in time between heartbeats, has emerged as one of the most accurate indicators of overall health and resilience. A higher HRV is associated with better cardiovascular function, greater adaptability to stress, and even improved cognitive performance. It reflects how well your autonomic nervous system is functioning. In states of fear, exhaustion, or emotional suppression, HRV drops. In states of connection, rest, or joy, HRV rises. This isn't just correlation. It's causally linked to the way your body self-regulates. And it's measurable through wearable devices that are now becoming more accessible to the public. What this means is that your emotional life is not invisible. It leaves a biological signature. The coherence or chaos in your heart is not just poetic, it's physiological, and that signature travels with you, informing your brain, your organs, and perhaps even the people you walk beside. So, if you ever wonder whether your presence matters, know this: you are not a closed system. You are a source of influence, not just through words or actions, but through rhythm, and someone nearby, sitting across from you, sleeping beside you, waiting in silence, might be listening without realizing it. You are constantly radiating data, coded not in words, but in waveforms. In that sense, you are always in communication, always in conversation, whether you intend it or not. The heart, then, is not just where you feel, it's where you signal. It is your silent transmitter, broadcasting not just that you are alive, but how you are alive. And though science is still unraveling the full implications, one thing becomes clear the more we learn: you are not just a body in space, you are a field in motion. Your immune system remembers every infection. You may think your immune system fights and forgets, but that's not how it works. Your body remembers. Every virus, every bacteria, every scratch, sting, or invisible invader leaves behind not just scars or antibodies, but a molecular memory encoded into the very architecture of your defenses. Immunity isn't a single shield. It's a living archive, an internal library of past battles, constantly reorganized, updated, and indexed for future wars. And unlike your conscious memory, which forgets names and misplaces keys, your immune system has a remarkable fidelity. Once it learns what danger looks like, it rarely forgets. The immune system is one of the most complex biological networks in the human body, made up of specialized cells, signaling molecules, memory mechanisms, and cellular training grounds like the thymus and bone marrow. Its job isn't just to attack foreign threats. It must also recognize them again, sometimes decades later. And it does this through a process far more intelligent and strategic than most people realize. At the heart of this memory system are T cells and B cells, types of white blood cells that serve as the surveillance and weapons, manufacturing arms of your immune force. When your body is exposed to a pathogen for the first time, it launches a general chaotic response. Fever rises, inflammation swells. But behind that chaos, a more precise process unfolds. Certain cells start logging details about the invader: what proteins it displayed, how it entered, what its weak points were. This information is then used to build a targeted attack, like a missile being programmed mid-battle. After the infection resolves, most of those fighters die off, but not all. a select few become memory cells, and those memory cells remain in your body for years, sometimes even a lifetime, constantly patrolling your bloodstream, ready to launch a rapid, surgical strike if the pathogen ever returns. This is why vaccines work. Vaccines are essentially training simulations. They expose your immune system to harmless fragments or weakened versions of pathogens, not to make you sick, but to teach your body what the real enemy looks like. It's like showing a photo to a security guard. The next time the intruder appears, even if years have passed, your immune system doesn't hesitate. It recognizes the threat instantly and responds with precision. Without this memory function, you would have to start from scratch every time you encountered a virus, and even a minor infection could become lethal. Immunological memory is the reason you don't get measles twice, or why your flu symptoms are milder if you've had a shot. But it's not just vaccines that stimulate this learning. Your body is constantly encountering microbes from the moment you're born, and each one leaves an imprint. In fact, newborns are born with a mostly naive immune system. The memory they carry initially is what's passed from the mother through the placenta or through breast milk. Antibodies that act like borrowed books from someone else's library. But over time, your immune memory becomes distinctly yours. It reflects the places you've been, the people you've touched, the air you've breathed, and the food you've eaten. Each infection you've survived leaves behind a trace, a microscopic reminder etched into the choreography of your immune landscape. And it's not only viruses. Your immune system records encounters with bacteria, fungi, even allergens. In some cases, that memory leads to protection. In others, it leads to overreaction, like in autoimmune diseases, where the system mistakenly remembers parts of your own body as threats. What's more remarkable is that this memory doesn't just exist in cells. It lives in patterns of gene expression. Memory cells alter the way certain genes are read and translated, changing how quickly and strongly they respond when re-exposed. This means your body is literally reprogrammed by experience. Immunologists now know that memory T and B cells aren't passive. They travel to where they're needed, set up residence in tissues like your lungs or gut, and remain dormant until reactivated. In some organs, like your skin or the lining of your nose, resident memory cells form a kind of permanent frontline defense. They're the first to detect returning invaders and alert the rest of the immune system before the infection can spread. Scientists are even discovering that certain innate immune cells, once thought to be non-learning, may also exhibit a form of memory, something called trained immunity. It's not as specific as adaptive memory, but it still allows the body to respond more aggressively to threats it has encountered before. And in the last decade, research has shown that epigenetic changes, chemical tags on your DNA that affect how genes are expressed, may play a role in storing immune memory, even innate cells. This reshapes how we think about immunity. It's not just a defense system. It's a responsive, adaptive, learning organism within an organism. And like any good memory system, it grows wiser through use. But there's a dark side to this remembrance. Sometimes the immune system remembers too much. It may recall a harmless molecule as dangerous and react with full force, causing allergies. Or it may mistakenly interpret healthy tissue as foreign, launching chronic inflammation against the joints, the thyroid, the gut, or the nervous system. In autoimmune conditions like lupus, rheumatoid arthritis, or multiple sclerosis, memory cells become corrupted. They learn the wrong lessons, and because immune memory is long-lasting, these mistaken identities are hard to unlearn. Scientists are still searching for ways to retrain the immune system. In such cases, to delete harmful memories without erasing the helpful ones. On the flip side, some infections seem to erase immune memory or weaken it. HIV, for instance, directly targets memory T cells, eroding the immune system's archive over time. Similarly, severe COVID-19 infections have been shown to temporarily reduce immune diversity, at least in certain individuals. Understanding these effects is crucial, not just for fighting disease, but for predicting long-term immune resilience. And yet, even with its occasional missteps, the immune system remains one of the most precise, intelligent, and adaptive biological architectures we know. Your immune memory is not limited to your body's past. It's shaping your future. Scientists are exploring ways to predict your health based on the diversity and resilience of your immune memory. Some even speculate that one day we'll be able to read your immune system like a diary, seeing a timeline of your exposures, infections, and vaccinations through a simple blood test. Already, studies are using high-throughput sequencing to map the immunome, a kind of immunological fingerprint unique to each person. It reveals not just what you've fought, but how well your body remembers. And that memory doesn't just affect your immunity, it influences inflammation, recovery time, and even cancer surveillance. The more we learn, the clearer it becomes. Your immune system is not just reacting to your life, it's learning from it. It's carrying your past inside your bloodstream, woven into your cells, waiting, just in case something familiar comes knocking again. So the next time you recover from a fever, brush off a cold, or get a small cut that doesn't become infected, take a moment to consider what's really happening. Your immune system isn't just healing you, it's remembering, it's cataloging the moment, storing the blueprint, updating your internal security protocols. You are not defenseless, you are not naive, you are an evolving organism, carrying an invisible record of every microscopic war you've ever survived. And unlike human memory, which fades with age and time, your immune memory can last a lifetime. Your body is not just a place where life happens, it's a place where life is recorded cell by cell, so that the future you can stand on the shoulders of the past you. And in that quiet remembering, your body becomes wiser with every breath. You replace your skeleton every 10 years. You were never meant to stay the same, not even in your bones. Beneath your skin, beneath your organs, beneath the rise and fall of breath, there is a hidden motion, slow, silent, constant. Your skeleton, that solid structure you think of as permanent, is not the fixed scaffolding you were taught to imagine. It is alive, it is changing, and it does not belong entirely to your past. Every 10 years or so, you replace it. The entire framework that holds you up, that protects your brain, that allows your fingers to bend and your legs to carry you forward. It is not the same one you had a decade ago. The bones inside you right now are, in many places, younger than you think. They have been quietly dismantling themselves and building themselves again, piece by piece, cell by cell. This is not metaphor. It is but what feels like stone is actually fluid in time. And understanding how your skeleton transforms, how it never stands still, reveals a truth far deeper than anatomy. Permanence is an illusion carved by memory, not matter. Bone is not dead tissue. It is a dynamic organ made of living cells that communicate, respond, adapt. At its core is a never-ending conversation between two types of cells: osteoclasts, which break bone down, and osteoblasts, which build it back up. These two work in balance, remodeling your skeleton continuously, repairing micro-damage, responding to stress, reshaping structure. Every step you take, every time you jump or lift or stretch, sends a message to your bones, and your bones listen. They adapt to your needs. If you run more, they grow denser. If you are immobile, they weaken. This process is called bone remodeling, and it happens at the microscopic level, removing old bone matrix and replacing it with fresh, mineral-rich tissue. It is slow, almost imperceptible, but over time, it becomes total. The average human replaces their entire skeleton roughly once every 10 years, though the rate varies by age, sex, health, and activity level. Some bones, like the femur, remodel slowly. Others, like those in the skull or ribs, renew more quickly. But the overall cycle is constant. You are not walking around in the same skeleton you had as a teenager. And 10 years from now, much of the skeleton you're carrying today will be gone, replaced with newer tissue that looks the same, but remembers differently. What powers this regeneration is not magic, it's biology at its most patient. Your bones are made of a composite of collagen, a protein that gives flexibility, and hydroxyapatite, a mineral that gives strength. Together, they make bone both resilient and adaptable. When a part of your skeleton experiences stress, like repetitive impact or unusual force, osteocytes, bone-sensing cells detect the mechanical strain and initiate a remodeling response. The area is marked for osteoclasts to begin resorption, dissolving the bone matrix and releasing calcium into the bloodstream. Then, osteoblasts arrive to fill in the space with new material, laying down the groundwork for stronger, better aligned bone. This dance continues through your life, helping you recover from fractures, maintain balance, and adapt to the physical world. During childhood and adolescence, bone formation outpaces breakdown. This is how we grow. In adulthood, the process evens out. In later years, it can reverse, which is why aging brings risks like osteoporosis. But even then, the cycle never fully stops. Your bones never give up on becoming new. This renewal is not limited to injury or wear. It is a form of cellular memory. Your skeleton responds to your environment. Astronauts in space, free from gravity's pull, experience significant bone loss because their bodies are no longer reminded to maintain density. Their bones interpret the absence of weight as permission to fade. Upon returning to Earth, they must retrain their skeletons to remember gravity again. Similarly, those who are bedridden or sedentary for long periods suffer from accelerated bone thinning. Not because their bones are weak, but because they've stopped being reminded of their purpose. This responsiveness is a profound biological lesson. You must move, not just for your muscles or mind, but to remind your bones that you still need them, that you are still here, that life is still happening. Weight-bearing activity is not just exercise. It is dialogue. It is how your skeleton listens and responds. Without it, your foundation softens. With it, your structure evolves. There is another, more subtle, layer to this regeneration. Your bone marrow, the soft interior of certain bones, is the birthplace of blood. Every day, it produces billions of red blood cells, white blood cells, and platelets. It is an engine of life tucked into your skeleton's core, and like your bones, marrow adapts with time. It changes its output depending on your health, your immune needs, your age. In infancy, nearly all bones contain red marrow. As you grow, much of it converts to yellow marrow, but your largest bones, the pelvis, femur, sternum, retain red marrow into adulthood. These are your hematopoietic reservoirs, where life continues being born. As your skeleton renews, so does the marrow within it. You are not only replacing the material of your bones, you are rebalancing the very systems that keep you alive. Your skeleton is not a static wall, it is a moving river, and even the rocks in a river change shape over time. Of course, not all renewal is perfect. With age, the balance between resorption and formation becomes harder to maintain. In osteoporosis, the scales tip toward loss. Osteoclasts become overactive. Osteoblasts slow down, and bones become porous, fragile. This doesn't just affect the elderly, it can begin earlier, especially in people who smoke, drink excessively, have poor diets, or live without movement. Bone health is also influenced by hormones, particularly estrogen and testosterone. That's why bone density screenings are recommended at a certain age. Not because your skeleton is old, but because it's still moving, still changing, and needs to be seen clearly. What looks like a solid white blur on an X-ray is actually a record of motion over time. When you fracture a bone and it heals, you are witnessing your body's ancient memory at work. One cell guiding the next, laying down new scaffold like a mason restoring a wall. Except the wall is you, and it never stops being built. So, what does it mean to know that your skeleton is not the same as it once was? That the bones you broke as a child, the vertebrae that carried your teenage posture, the wrists that wrote your first letters. All of them are gone, replaced, renewed. It means that you are not a fixed object in the world. You are a biological process in motion. Your shape may look the same in a mirror, but beneath the surface, you are constantly rebuilding what it means to be you. You carry no permanent version of yourself, only echoes shaped by time and behavior. And maybe that's not frightening. Maybe it's freeing, because if even your bones, your deepest, hardest parts, can be remade, then so can your habits, your patterns, your assumptions. The past does not own your frame. The future is always being written into your cells. You are not made once. You are made again and again, quietly, consistently, with the rhythm of biology and the grace of time. And the next time you feel stuck or unchangeable, remember this: even your skeleton disagrees. You glow in the dark slightly. You probably think that your body disappears into darkness when the lights go out. But what if, in the quiet absence of electricity, you still shine? Not metaphorically, not spiritually, biologically. The truth is, your body emits light right now. In this very moment, you are glowing softly, subtly, invisibly to the naked eye. But undeniably, this isn't science fiction or poetic license. It's biophoton emission, a natural phenomenon where every cell in your body releases particles of light as a byproduct of metabolism. You are not just alive, you are luminous. And though you cannot see it, your glow is real. It pulses with the rhythm of your biology, flickering with the silent dance of free radicals and antioxidants, responding to stress, circadian rhythm, and even the emotional tides of your day. For decades, we believed light came only from external sources. But the science now confirms you are, in a literal sense, a source of light, faint, yes, invisible to the human eye, yes, but measurable, consistent, and entirely your own. You are a candle wrapped in skin. The phenomenon of human bioluminescence was first captured with ultra-sensitive cameras capable of detecting single photons. In a 2009 study conducted by researchers in Japan, volunteers were placed in completely dark rooms and photographed every 3 hours over the course of multiple days. What they discovered was extraordinary. Human bodies emitted light at levels 1,000 times lower than the threshold for human vision, peaking in brightness during the late afternoon and dimming at night. The face, particularly around the cheeks and forehead, was where the glow was most intense. Why? Because these areas have higher concentrations of mitochondria and are more metabolically active. The light wasn't thermal like infrared. It was photonic, actual visible photons in the spectrum. Our eyes simply aren't equipped to perceive without help. You glow brighter when your cells are more active, when your metabolism is higher, when oxidative stress increases. In a way, you light up when you live faster, when you think harder, when your body is working through the chaos of existence. But where does this light come from? It begins at the molecular level, deep inside your mitochondria, the powerhouses of your cells. When your cells convert nutrients into energy through a process called oxidative phosphorylation, they release reactive oxygen species, often known as free radicals. These unstable molecules can damage DNA, proteins, and membranes, so your body deploys antioxidants to neutralize them. In the process of this chemical balancing act, energy is released in the form of photons, particles of light. These photons escape the body in tiny bursts, a few here, a few there, and collectively, they form your biological glow. Unlike fireflies or deep-sea creatures, which glow through enzymatic reactions using luciferin and luciferase, you emit biophotons constantly, and without intent. You are not glowing to communicate or attract, but because your life itself is never perfectly efficient. There is always a little energy that slips through the cracks in the form of light. Even perfection, biological, mechanical, or human, is luminous in its flaws. Your glow also changes. It is not fixed. Stress increases it. Fatigue may dull it. Physical activity alters its intensity and pattern. Your light follows a rhythm, peaking at around 4 p.m. and reaching its lowest point at 10 a.m. This suggests a connection between biophoton emission and your circadian clock. Even your cellular radiance listens to the ticking of your internal day. And intriguingly, it doesn't shine from all parts of your body equally. Your torso glows less than your face, your cheeks more than your chest, your hands differently from your feet. The pattern isn't random. It's a map of activity, revealing where your cells are doing the most work. In theory, your biophotonic signature could be used in the future to monitor health non-invasively. Deviations from your natural glow could signal early disease, immune stress, or metabolic shifts. Imagine one day walking into a clinic, stepping in front of a photon scanner, and receiving an entire health profile without a single drop of blood drawn. Just light reading light. Beyond the science lies something stranger. Your glow may not be entirely passive. Some experiments have suggested that consciousness, intention, or meditative states can influence biophoton emission. One study observed that experienced meditators emitted more light from their palms and foreheads during deep states of focus. This hints at a link between mind and radiance, not just through metabolic activity, but through mental presence. While still a developing field, this line of research proposes that your body is not just an emitter of light, but that your awareness might modulate that light. You are not only luminous in matter, but possibly in mind. The boundary between biology and energy, between brain and body, may not be as distinct as we once believed. This subtle luminescence also raises philosophical questions. If we are constantly emitting light, what else are we radiating that cannot be seen? What other signals, subtle or subconscious, do we give off that shape how others perceive us, or how we perceive ourselves? We think of light as something we need, something we chase, but perhaps we are also creators of it. Perhaps we contribute more to the brightness of the world than we realize. And if something as quiet as a metabolic reaction can generate light, then what else within you is quietly changing the world? Maybe your glow is just the visible tip of something deeper, a sign that even in your smallest moments, even in stillness, you are never without influence. We've spent centuries gazing at stars, wondering how far away the light is, never imagining that some of it begins in us. Not metaphorically, not romantically, but scientifically. You are not a dark shape moving through a brighter world. You are a soft pulse of life energy, flickering so faintly you forget it's there. But it is, and now that you know, the darkness around you may never look quite the same again. You can smell emotions like fear and sadness. You've likely walked into a room and sensed something was off, before a word was spoken, before a glance was exchanged, like the air itself was telling you a secret it hadn't meant to share. And science now says maybe it was, because your nose, often dismissed as a primitive leftover of evolution, may in fact be tuned to detect emotions, not metaphorically, but chemically. Fear, sadness, disgust, even stress. Each one subtly alters your scent, producing invisible chemical signals that others can pick up, without knowing why. You are a walking cloud of emotional transparency, your feelings trailing behind you in molecules, not words. And even more surprisingly, the people around you are constantly decoding these invisible trails with brains and noses evolved precisely for that purpose. It is not just that you show how you feel, it's that you emit how you feel. Every state of mind has a scent signature, and whether or not you realize it, others are breathing in your emotional state, registering it at a level below consciousness, adjusting their own mood, alertness, or even heart rate based on what your body is wordlessly saying. This isn't telepathy, it's chemosignaling, and you've been using it all your life. In 2014, researchers conducted an experiment in which volunteers were asked to watch short videos designed to elicit specific emotions, fear, happiness, or disgust, while holding absorbent pads under their armpits. These pads were then placed in jars and presented to a separate group of participants who had no idea what the original viewers had been feeling. The results were striking when participants sniffed sweat from those who had watched fear-inducing videos. Their own faces shifted into expressions of fear, eyes widening, nostrils flaring, despite not being consciously aware of what they were smelling. Disgust and happiness also triggered their respective facial responses. Your brain is built to react to these cues without you knowing. In fact, this processing happens in the amygdala, the emotional core of your brain, before your logical mind ever catches up. So while you might believe you are responding to a vague feeling or intuition, you could actually be reacting to the airborne chemistry of someone else's inner world. Emotions, in this sense, are contagious not only through voice or face, but through the very air between you. The mechanism behind this is ancient. Humans, like many other animals, have always relied on scent as a form of survival. Mice detect stress in other mice through pheromones. Insects use chemical trails to coordinate complex behaviors. Primates groom one another and smell the results, gaining subtle information about health, mood, and even reproductive status. While we've dressed ourselves in perfumes and social rules to hide our animal roots, our biology remains the same. Humans possess a vomeronasal organ, also known as Jacobson's organ, embedded deep within the nasal cavity. Though its role in adult humans is debated, there is growing evidence that chemical cues still play a significant part in human behavior. You may not smell fear as a distinct odor, like smoke or coffee, but your brain is still interpreting it, integrating the information into your emotional landscape, making you more alert, more cautious, or more empathetic. You are quite literally affected by someone else's invisible signals. Their sadness might make you quiet. Their anxiety might make your stomach clench. Their fear might make you turn around for no reason. This phenomenon also sheds new light on social dynamics. Think of how quickly moods shift in crowded places. One panicked person on a subway can shift the atmosphere in seconds. A grieving person in a waiting room can make everyone speak softer. These aren't coincidences, they're invisible synchronizations. Chemosignals might help explain phenomena like emotional atmospheres or bad vibes. Concepts often dismissed as pseudoscience, but increasingly finding support in psychophysiology. The air around you isn't just filled with oxygen and carbon dioxide. It's a moving cloud of bioinformation, a sensory map of other people's inner states. In one study, when volunteers were exposed to fear sweat while performing visual tasks, they became better at spotting threats, suggesting their bodies were preemptively entering a defensive state. You are not emotionally isolated. You are porous, receiving, interpreting, and responding to emotional data floating invisibly around you. Even more intriguingly, this system appears to work both ways. You don't just receive others' emotional chemistry, you emit your own. During times of fear or sadness, your apocrine glands, mostly in your underarms, release a slightly different cocktail of molecules, including stress hormones like cortisol and adrenaline byproducts. These chemical changes are so subtle, they don't produce strong smells, yet they are potent enough to be picked up by others. It's a biological whisper that you're vulnerable, a trace in the air that can draw sympathy, comfort, or avoidance, depending on who's around. And just like spoken words, this chemical communication can be misunderstood. Someone might interpret your nervousness as hostility. Your quiet grief might feel like distance. The emotional scent trail you leave behind may not match the story in your head, but it will still shape how others behave around you. Now, imagine how this affects relationships, workplaces, and group behavior. In tightly knit groups, families, couples, teams, the shared emotional air becomes a feedback loop. One anxious person can make others anxious. One confident person can calm the whole room. The emotional tone becomes self-reinforcing, often without anyone speaking a word. In this light, emotional intelligence is not just about empathy or listening, it's about scent management. Not in the literal sense of hygiene, but in how well you regulate the biological signals you emit. Are you leaking panic into the room? Are you broadcasting calm? Are you carrying someone else's sadness without realizing it? Emotional boundaries, it turns out, aren't just psychological. They're olfactory. You can walk away from someone, but still carry their invisible fingerprint in your respiratory system, influencing your mood for hours. This also changes how we think about solitude. Even when alone, you carry remnants of others, chemical traces in your clothes, your furniture, your bed. The emotional history of shared spaces might linger far longer than we realize. A room where someone cried, a hallway where someone waited nervously. Our sense of memory is deeply tied to scent, which means our emotional memory might be as well. This is why the smell of an old coat can suddenly make you sad, or why a pillow can hold grief long after its owner has healed. Emotions aren't just felt, they're exhaled. They settle in spaces, in fabrics, in air, and in other people. And finally, this knowledge invites us to ask a profound question. If our emotions are not entirely private, if they leak, drift, and imprint onto others, then to what extent are we responsible for the atmosphere we create? We often speak of emotional labor as something we do consciously, comforting a friend, staying calm in conflict. But what if we're doing it unconsciously all the time, just by breathing? What if emotional hygiene is not only about how we feel, but about what we share invisibly with others? The science is still evolving, but the message is already clear. You are not sealed off from the world, not emotionally, not biologically. You are part of a chemical conversation larger than you, ongoing, subtle, and impossibly human. So the next time you walk into a room and feel something in your chest before you understand it in your mind, trust that instinct. You might not be imagining it. You might be inhaling it. Your skin has a microbiome ecosystem. You've been carrying an invisible ecosystem with you your entire life. But it isn't a metaphor. It's a literal, living, breathing world, layered across your skin like an organic second self. One that is not only alive, but essential to who you are. This isn't about bacteria in your gut or viruses in your blood. This is about the outermost part of you, the skin you touch, scratch, wash, perfume, tattoo, and decorate. Being host to trillions of microscopic life forms, forming a diverse, evolving biome as complex and dynamic as a rainforest. From the moment you are born, your skin becomes home to a vast and personalized community of bacteria, fungi, viruses, and even tiny mites, each occupying its own specialized niche depending on moisture, temperature, light exposure, oil production, and pH level. The creases of your elbow differ microbiologically from the back of your hand. Your forehead resembles a different biome than your heel. Your scalp is not your palm, and this microbial fingerprint, unique to you, isn't a contamination. It is protection, communication, and survival. Your skin doesn't merely shield you from the outside world, it collaborates with it. And these life forms, although invisible, are not passive passengers. They interact with your immune system, regulate inflammation, influence wound healing, and even communicate with your nervous system. In essence, your skin's microbiome is not a mask. It's a mediator between you and the world, deciding what gets through, what stays out, and how your body reacts. The skin microbiome includes over 1,000 species of bacteria alone, along with numerous fungi such as Malassezia, viruses like HPV, and microscopic mites such as Demodex folliculorum, that live in your pores and hair follicles, feeding on sebum and shedding skin cells. Though that may sound unsettling, their presence is not a flaw, but a feature of healthy skin. In fact, trying to sterilize your skin completely, scrubbing too hard, using harsh antiseptics, over-applying antibiotics, can damage this delicate balance and lead to more harm than good. The skin's natural microbial community works much like a neighborhood watch. When balanced, it keeps pathogenic invaders in check through competition, signaling, and chemical warfare, all without your conscious awareness. Certain strains of Staphylococcus epidermidis, for example, produce antimicrobial peptides that kill off harmful bacteria like Staphylococcus aureus, which causes infections. Meanwhile, fungi and mites help clean away dead cells and excess oils. They're not parasites, they're caretakers. Your skin is not a wall, but a habitat. Selectively permeable, highly organized, constantly monitored, and remodeled by cells and microbes alike. In fact, disturbances in this microbial community have been directly linked to skin disorders, such as eczema, psoriasis, acne, and even accelerated aging. People with eczema often show a reduced microbial diversity and an overgrowth of harmful strains. Acne isn't just about oil, it's about imbalanced bacteria within your follicles. This means skincare isn't only about what you put on your skin, but what you foster within it. Products like prebiotics and probiotics for skin are not gimmicks. They're part of a new wave of dermatological science, aiming to restore the microbial harmony that modern hygiene and synthetic chemicals often disrupt. And while cleanliness is essential, the old belief that all bacteria are bad has long been debunked. Some of the most important allies for your skin's defense don't come from a bottle. They were there all along, encoded into your microbial blueprint, evolving with you, responding to your stress, your diet, your sleep, your environment, your travel, and even your relationships. What's more, your skin microbiome isn't static. It changes based on your lifestyle, what climate you live in, whether you own pets, how much you exercise, what clothes you wear, whether you live in a city or a forest, whether you swim in chlorinated pools or natural rivers. Even the people you hug or the surfaces you touch briefly alter your skin's microbial signature. Lovers tend to have microbiomes that grow more similar over time, not just emotionally, but microbiologically. The skin absorbs the environment like a sponge and negotiates with it through its living agents. If you've ever wondered why someone seems to glow with health, it might not just be collagen or hydration. It might be microbial diversity thriving on their skin, helping with pH regulation, inflammation control, and barrier integrity. Interestingly, newborns are born essentially sterile, and their first microbial exposure, through the birth canal, skin-to-skin contact, and breastfeeding, plays a critical role in programming both their skin microbiome and immune development. Babies born via cesarean section have markedly different skin microbial compositions in their early months, which may correlate with later risks of allergies or autoimmune conditions. This early colonization isn't trivial, it's foundational. It sets the tone for how your skin will respond to wounds, allergens, irritants, and infections for the rest of your life. And this insight also brings with it a responsibility to treat your skin not like a surface to be polished, but like an ecosystem to be nurtured. The language of skin is not cosmetic, it's ecological. Research has even shown that stress can alter your skin's microbiome, leading to flare-ups in conditions like dermatitis or rosacea. When you are chronically stressed, cortisol levels rise, and this can affect sebum production and immune signaling, creating an inhospitable environment for beneficial microbes while giving opportunistic pathogens a chance to thrive. This means emotional hygiene matters as much as physical hygiene. Your thoughts can ripple into your skin's microbial layers, and that connection goes both ways. Certain microbes on your skin can influence the production of serotonin precursors or other neuromodulators, potentially affecting your mood. So in a way, your mental and emotional states are being co-authored by microbes. Your outlook on the world may, quite literally, begin at the surface. All of this paints a far more interactive picture of what it means to be human. You're not just made of cells and organs, but of relationships between human tissue and non-human life, between your body and its microscopic allies. The term human begins to blur at the edges when you consider that at least 90% of the genetic material on your skin is not yours. It belongs to your microbiome. In other words, what you call your skin is not entirely you in the classical sense. It's a collaborative structure built from both your own DNA and the DNA of countless invisible tenants whose survival depends on yours and vice versa. You're a multi-species being pretending to be singular, and when you begin to understand that, even routine actions like applying lotion or choosing soap gain new meaning. Are you feeding your microbiome? Are you sterilizing it? Are you respecting the evolutionary dance that has shaped it over millennia? So the next time you touch your own arm, or wash your face, or feel the warmth of the sun on your neck, pause to remember, you're interacting not just with your own skin, but with a biological community that's working silently, constantly, without thanks, to keep you whole. These microbes don't demand attention. They don't ask for reward, but they shape your experience of the world every day. They help determine how your skin feels, how it heals, how it ages, and how it defends itself. They're not invaders, they're not imperfections. They're your oldest friends, and possibly your most underappreciated ones. So treat your skin not like an object to be improved, but like a garden to be cultivated. It is not empty space. It is inhabited, not silent, but whispering, not blank, but alive. And once you begin to listen to it, not just with sight or touch, but with understanding, you realize that to care for your skin is to care for a tiny universe. One that's been with you all along, living on you, for you, and as part of you. Tears from emotion have unique chemistry. There is a kind of silence that only follows the shedding of emotional tears. A stillness that feels heavier than grief, deeper than words, as if your body just whispered something ancient without using language at all. And what most people don't realize is that these tears are not just moisture or symbols of feeling. They are chemistry, precise and intentional, formulated by your biology to carry meaning, signal distress, offer relief, and even shift the internal balance of your brain. Not all tears are the same. The drops that glide down your cheek when you are cutting an onion are not the same as the ones that fall when you've lost someone, when you're overwhelmed, when you feel love so deep it hurts, or a sadness so vast it has no words. While all tears may look identical to the naked eye, clear, saline, soft, they are biochemically distinct depending on their cause. Emotional tears contain substances that are absent in reflex or basal tears. And this difference is not arbitrary, it's functional. When you cry from emotion, your tears contain stress hormones like adrenocorticotropic hormone, prolactin, enkephalins, natural painkillers, manganese, and leucine enkephalin. Compounds that are designed not just to express emotion but to regulate it, physically excreting stress, pain, and emotional overload through your lacrimal system. It's as if your nervous system found a way to externalize inner chaos and wash the nervous tension away drop by drop, giving you the biochemical equivalent of an exhale. From a biological standpoint, tears are usually categorized into 3 types. Basal tears, which keep your eyes lubricated and protect against dust. Reflex tears, which are produced in response to irritants like smoke, wind, or onions. And emotional tears, which are triggered by feelings sorrow, joy, rage, fear, gratitude. What makes emotional tears particularly fascinating is that their composition is uniquely complex. They carry higher concentrations of protein-based hormones and neurotransmitters that directly relate to psychological states. This suggests that crying from emotion isn't just cathartic, it's therapeutic in a physical sense. Studies have shown that people often feel more relieved after crying emotionally, and that effect correlates with the chemical release involved. Your tears are not betraying you when they fall in public, they are protecting you. They are not weakness. They are wisdom evolved over millions of years of social bonding and neurochemical regulation. In fact, humans are the only species known to shed emotional tears visibly. Other animals may vocalize distress or behave differently when under emotional strain, but they don't weep like we do. That makes emotional tears a unique evolutionary development, one that is likely tied to the social complexity of our species. By showing we are hurting, we invite care. By shedding tears, we allow others into our vulnerability. And perhaps more curiously, even silent tears are communicative. They speak across language barriers, social roles, and cultural boundaries. But why would evolution favor a visible, often disempowering act like crying? From a strictly survivalist view, crying might seem like a liability. It impairs vision, attracts attention, and can signal vulnerability to a predator or adversary. And yet, humans kept it. The reason lies in our social architecture. Emotional tears serve not just the individual, but the group. They are a signal that communicates emotional states without speech, enabling stronger interpersonal bonds and increasing empathy in observers. Research using images of tearful and tear-free faces has found that the presence of tears dramatically changes how viewers perceive emotion. Faces with tears are seen as sadder, more sincere, and more deserving of support. Tears, then, are not weakness, but an evolutionary trust mechanism, a call for connection that works faster than words. Your tears are biochemical messages sent to others saying, "This matters to me," or "I'm overwhelmed," or "I need closeness." It's no accident that tears flow most freely during life's most profound transitions: loss, reunion, birth, revelation. In each case, the nervous system bypasses the intellect and reaches for the one language that can't be misinterpreted: raw, wordless release. In fact, the biochemistry of emotional tears goes even deeper into our neurophysiology. Emotional arousal activates the parasympathetic nervous system, the branch responsible for rest and recovery, which explains why crying is often followed by a feeling of calm. But before that wave of calm comes the buildup: increased heart rate, lump in the throat, tightness in the chest, watery eyes. That physical storm is known as the prodromal phase of crying, and it's not just dramatic, it's neurochemically driven. During this phase, your hypothalamus floods your system with stress signals. If the emotional load exceeds your regulatory capacity, the lacrimal glands initiate tear production as a kind of pressure release valve. And here's the astonishing part: tears actually reduce levels of cortisol, the body's primary stress hormone. They don't just feel like release, they are release. And unlike shouting or hitting a pillow, crying doesn't activate the sympathetic nervous system to the same degree. Crying is a physiological surrender, a neurological reset button, a softening of the body's defensive rigidity into something more open and self-repairing. What's more, the chemical differences in tears have been analyzed under a microscope, and the variations are not subtle. Reflex tears, for instance, are mostly water and salt. But emotional tears contain much more protein, including lysozyme and stress-related neuropeptides. Some scientists even theorize that these chemicals might act as pheromonal signals, subtly influencing the behavior of those nearby. While that's still debated, what's clear is that emotional tears are chemically rich. They are not just the leakage of sadness. They are chemically encoded reflections of your inner world. They are snapshots of a moment in time when your body couldn't hold it in anymore. That idea alone, of carrying around emotions so chemically potent that they demand to exit your body, reframes tears as not merely reactive, but intelligent. As though your body itself knows when the burden has grown too heavy and chooses to express it in fluid form. There's also a striking asymmetry in how society perceives tears. Children are allowed to cry without shame. Babies cry as a primary communication tool. But somewhere along the path to adulthood, crying becomes stigmatized, especially for men. And yet, the biology doesn't change. The human tear system doesn't distinguish between genders. It only responds to emotional load. The suppression of tears, especially under chronic stress, can have downstream effects. Unreleased emotional tension often finds expression in the body, in the form of chronic pain, insomnia, digestive issues, immune dysfunction, and even cardiovascular risk. In contrast, the ability to cry, to access that vent of release, has been associated with greater emotional resilience, social bonding, and self-awareness. In this sense, tears aren't just a signal to others, but a mirror to yourself, a quiet confession from one part of you to another. When you cry, your brain and your body synchronize in the shared acknowledgement of something important enough to be released. So the next time your eyes well up, not from dust or wind, but from something that stirs your heart, pause before you wipe it away. That droplet is more than water. It is neurochemical poetry, written by a moment you could not fully speak. It carries your pain and your healing in the same breath. And if you zoomed in with a microscope, you wouldn't just see salt and fluid. You'd see hormones, enzymes, memories in transition, a physical translation of something too large for words. You would see biology and emotion merged into a single act of surrender. That tear isn't a failure of control. It's the body doing what the mind often cannot, letting go, metabolizing pain, and softening survival into something survivable. It is chemistry that comforts, substance that speaks, and perhaps the most honest thing your body ever says. You're constantly fighting off microbes. You rarely notice it, but every second you're alive is a battlefield, unseen, internal, and relentless. A silent war waged not with swords or shields, but with cells, signals, and a staggering intelligence that never sleeps, never stops, and never seeks praise. While you go about your day, brushing your teeth, scrolling through your phone, or sipping coffee, your body is actively scanning, identifying, neutralizing, and eliminating microbial invaders, that number in the billions. Viruses that mutate to sneak past your defenses, bacteria that try to hijack your resources, fungi that exploit warmth and moisture, and parasites that evolve over generations to mimic, to hide, to deceive. Your immune system recognizes them not by sight, not by name, but by molecular patterns, by signatures etched into their membranes, by a sense of otherness so precise that it can distinguish a foreign pathogen from your own cells with astonishing accuracy. And the scale of this defense is almost mythological. Every drop of your blood carries thousands of white blood cells, each with a distinct specialization, like patrolling sentinels, memory keepers, and kamikaze warriors, ready to respond within milliseconds to threats you'll never consciously feel. Your body doesn't just have an immune system. It is an immune system layered into your skin, your lungs, your gut lining, your brain's microglia, your bone marrow's factories, and the whispering surveillance of lymphatic channels that run like rivers beneath your surface. To grasp the magnitude of this war is to grasp how little of your daily experience you actually control. Each breath you take brings with it particles of pollen, spores, pollutants, and microscopic life, dozens of species in every inhale. Each surface you touch carries colonies of bacteria and viruses, some harmless, others opportunistic, and a few potentially lethal. You eat, and with each bite you swallow not only nutrients but microbial passengers, most of them neutralized by stomach acid, some making it into the intestines, where the battle continues. Cuts and scratches are open doors. Insect bites are injection ports. Public spaces are petri dishes in disguise. And yet, you survive, not through luck, but through a surveillance network so elaborate that it borders on the miraculous. Your immune cells recognize millions of possible antigens. They collaborate. They communicate through cytokines, teeny biochemical messages that alert, activate, and direct immune traffic like generals, issuing commands in code. Neutrophils arrive first, a frontline shock troop that swarms and self-destructs in clouds of DNA netting. Macrophages eat the invaders whole. Dendritic cells take snapshots of the enemy and carry them to lymph nodes like scouts, reporting back to command. And T cells, ever versatile, either kill directly or orchestrate broader responses. The entire system is a choreography of biochemical strategy, one that evolved over hundreds of millions of years through constant exposure to death, mutation, and microbial cunning. And this warfare isn't occasional. It's constant. Every day, your body faces off against an estimated 100 billion microbes, most of which never succeed in penetrating your defenses. But when they do, the reaction is immediate and intricate. Fever isn't just heat. It's a calculated shift in your body's thermostat to weaken pathogens and accelerate immune function. Inflammation isn't just swelling. It's the arrival of reinforcements, an alarm bell that concentrates resources where they're needed. Even fatigue is a signal, a neurological cue forcing you to rest so that more energy can be directed to immune response. Your body doesn't waste effort. Every signal it sends during infection, every ache or chill, every swollen node or tired limb is part of an intentional, coordinated act of preservation. And perhaps most astounding is this: your immune system learns, it adapts, it remembers. After every battle, it writes molecular memoirs, records encoded in memory T and B cells, that allow it to respond faster and stronger the next time the same invader appears. This is how vaccines work, by training your immune system with harmless versions or fragments of pathogens, so it learns in advance what to target. It's education at a cellular level, and the result is long-term immunity, not a wall, but a memory palace of microbial faces. But what happens when the memory fails? Or worse, when the system turns on itself? Autoimmune diseases are cases where the immune system mistakenly identifies parts of your own body as invaders, attacking joints in rheumatoid arthritis, nerve sheaths in multiple sclerosis, insulin producing cells in type 2 diabetes. These aren't glitches, they're examples of how delicate, how deeply tuned, and how tragically fallible this system can be. And yet, even in dysfunction, it teaches us something. Your body is never passive. Even its errors are active, aggressive, engaged in a dialogue, albeit a confused one, about safety, identity, and survival. Likewise, immunodeficiency, whether inherited or acquired, exposes the fragility of our microbial balance. Without immune surveillance, even common microbes can overwhelm the system, leading to infections that are prolonged, recurrent, or fatal. This isn't rare. For people undergoing chemotherapy, for transplant recipients, for those with HIV, the immune system's vulnerabilities become visible and terrifying. But in the average, healthy person, this system operates so efficiently that you rarely notice it. A cut heals, a cough disappears, a fever breaks, and behind each of those moments is a battlefield you never saw, soldiers you never knew you had, and a victory so complete you forgot the war even happened. Psychological trauma can suppress immune function for months. Chronic loneliness can alter immune gene expression. Your immune system listens to your experiences, translates mood into chemistry, and responds accordingly. This is why long-term emotional distress can lead to frequent illness, and why joy, love, and connection seem to fortify you. It's not just a feeling, it's immunological literacy. Your body knows when you feel safe and when you don't, and it adjusts accordingly, deploying more resources when you feel under threat, or retracting defenses when you're calm. In this way, immunity is not just physical, it is also emotional, social, and contextual. It learns from the world around you, just as it learns from the microbes inside you. And those microbes aren't always enemies. In fact, many of them are allies. Your gut microbiota, your skin flora, your nasal and oral communities. They play a vital role in training your immune system, occupying ecological niches so that pathogens can't take hold, and even producing molecules that help regulate immune tolerance. The immune system doesn't just fight, it negotiates, it tolerates, it balances. It is not a binary system of attack and retreat. It is a nuanced conversation between you and the world, between host and guest, between threat and symbiosis. And this dialogue begins the moment you are born. In fact, a newborn's immune system is shaped profoundly by birth method, early microbial exposure, and feeding patterns. Even the skin-to-skin contact in early infancy modulates immune development. You are not born with a complete immune identity. You build it through exposure, through experience, through time. It is shaped by every sickness you've had and survived, every vaccine you've taken, every kiss you've shared, every hand you've shaken, every wound that healed. You are the sum of all those encounters. And your immune system remembers them, sometimes for a lifetime. So the next time you get a paper cut and it doesn't get infected, or the next time you notice a sore throat vanishing after a few days, pause and consider what just happened. A vast molecular war took place inside you. One you didn't have to lead, one you didn't even feel in full, because your body handled it before you knew there was danger. You didn't just avoid sickness, you survived an invasion. Without a single conscious command, you launched a microscopic campaign, rallied invisible troops, sacrificed countless cells, and preserved the integrity of an entire ecosystem. And not once did you have to think about it. That is the power of the immune system. Not its strength, not its complexity, but its quiet consistency. It shows up for you every moment of your life, even when you don't know it, even when you don't feel it. It is your first protector and your last. It is a system of memory, of learning, of judgment, of trust, and it fights for you, even when you forget to fight for yourself. Sleep position affects brain drainage. You probably never imagined that the position you fall asleep in could influence the way your brain detoxifies itself. But beneath the softness of your pillow and the rhythm of your breathing lies one of the most quietly powerful biological systems in your body. One that doesn't just rest when you do, but rather comes alive only in your deepest sleep. It's called the glymphatic system, a recently discovered network in the brain that functions like a nighttime cleaning crew, sweeping away metabolic waste, toxins, and neurochemical byproducts accumulated throughout the day. While the rest of your body relies on the lymphatic system to carry out waste, your brain lacks conventional lymphatic vessels. Instead, it uses a glia-dependent process, hence the term glymphatic, where cerebrospinal fluid pulses rhythmically through brain tissue, washing between neurons, clearing out debris, and draining it along perivenous pathways. But what makes this system even more fascinating is that it's not just influenced by sleep itself, it's profoundly affected by how you sleep. Recent studies, especially using dynamic contrast MRI and tracer injections in rodents and humans, have shown that sleep posture plays a surprisingly important role in the effectiveness of this glymphatic clearance. Sleeping on your side, known as the lateral position, appears to enhance the efficiency of fluid flow through the brain's interstitial spaces more than sleeping on your back, supine, or stomach, prone. Gravity, vascular architecture, and the geometry of the brain's perivascular channels all align more favorably when you lie on your side. In this position, the brain's natural plumbing seems to flow more freely, allowing cerebrospinal fluid to circulate and remove waste more effectively. And what exactly is this waste? It includes amyloid, beta, and tau proteins, which, when allowed to accumulate, are strongly associated with the development of neurodegenerative conditions like Alzheimer's and Parkinson's disease. That means something as seemingly mundane as your sleep position may be gently shaping your long-term cognitive health in ways you've never realized. But sleep posture is only one part of the story. The glymphatic system only functions at full capacity during deep non-REM sleep, particularly in the first few hours of the night. During this time, brain cells shrink slightly, expanding the extracellular space by up to 60% and allowing cerebrospinal fluid to move more freely. This process is active, not passive. It's as if the brain contracts and breathes in slow motion, creating a tide that draws toxins away. However, when sleep is poor, fragmented, or shallow, due to stress, noise, sleep apnea, or chronic insomnia, this clearance process falters. Sleep is no longer a luxury. It is maintenance, without proper sleep depth and structure. The molecular byproducts of consciousness begin to accumulate, clouding thoughts, dampening mood, and potentially priming the brain for long-term harm. Even more remarkably, glymphatic flow isn't a static or isolated mechanism. It interacts with nearly every system of your body: blood pressure, hydration, inflammation levels, and even your neck alignment can influence how well this internal cleansing process works. The angle of your head, the support of your pillow, and even whether you snore or breathe through your nose all affect intracranial pressure and fluid dynamics. Mouth breathing, for example, can reduce oxygen saturation and disrupt sleep architecture, which indirectly diminishes glymphatic activity. And because the glymphatic system collapses during wakefulness, it only activates when the brain is in a low-energy, low-frequency electrical state. Every hour of good sleep matters. There is no daytime equivalent. You cannot clean your brain by resting with your eyes closed. The channels that carry waste are literally compressed during alertness, making deep sleep biologically non-negotiable for brain health. Some researchers are now exploring whether disrupted glymphatic flow might be a missing link between chronic sleep disorders and mood disturbances, such as depression and anxiety. Others suggest it may contribute to the onset and progression of multiple sclerosis, traumatic brain injury, and even glaucoma. Still, much remains unknown. The glymphatic system is a frontier, an invisible current running beneath our awareness, waiting to be fully mapped. What we do know is that sleep isn't just restorative, it is preventative. It's not just about feeling better the next day. It's about ensuring your brain can continue to function well in the years to come. Evolution may have already known this. Most land mammals, from rodents to primates to domestic pets, instinctively sleep on their sides. Even marine mammals, such as whales and dolphins, exhibit lateral sleep behavior in the form of unihemispheric slow wave sleep. Nature rarely repeats itself without reason. If lateral sleep facilitates brain drainage, perhaps it became the norm across species because it offered a cognitive edge. Maybe sleep posture was always about more than comfort. It was a quiet optimization for survival. This reframes the very act of lying down at night. It is no longer just a habit, but a biological strategy. Each time you curl onto your side and drift into sleep, you are not just surrendering to rest. You are aligning with a deeply rooted neurological rhythm. You're giving your brain permission to cleanse itself, to file away memories, to reduce inflammation, to protect against what tomorrow might bring. It's not a conscious effort, but it is a deliberate cooperation with nature, one that happens in the darkness, without your awareness, but with lasting consequences. So the next time you turn out the lights and tuck yourself in, remember, you are not just resting. You are allowing an ancient, invisible river to flow through your mind, removing what no longer belongs, preserving what matters, and giving your brain space to begin again. Sleep is not the absence of activity. It is the invisible work of keeping you whole. Fingernails reveal health clues. You might not think much of them. Those small, crescent-shaped slabs of keratin quietly growing at the ends of your fingers. But your fingernails are more than a tool for scratching or aesthetics. They are, quite literally, microscopic windows into the inner workings of your body, silent messengers etched with the history of your health. Every ridge, spot, discoloration, or distortion is a biological record, a time-stamped ripple of processes unfolding deep beneath the surface, often long before symptoms reach your conscious awareness. They grow slowly, about 3 millimeters a month, and because of that, they serve as chronological archives of your physiology. What you eat, how well you absorb nutrients, how your blood flows, whether your organs are functioning properly, even how your immune system behaves under pressure. The keratinized plates you trim every week or two began forming months ago, laid down by a matrix of cells beneath the cuticle that require oxygen, iron, zinc, and vitamins to build their structure. When something goes wrong, be it chronic stress, liver dysfunction, thyroid imbalance, or respiratory compromise, it often leaves a mark, not with pain or swelling, but with subtle changes to the nail's texture, shape, or color. Fingernails can reveal conditions long before any scan or blood test. Look closely. and you'll find signs hiding in plain sight. Tiny vertical ridges may appear with age or dehydration, but deeper horizontal depressions, known as Bowes lines, can indicate systemic shock, high fever, or trauma that interrupted nail growth temporarily, often weeks before. Pale or white nails might point to anemia or liver disease, while yellowing can be associated with fungal infections or lung issues, especially when thickened or accompanied by a curve. Bluish or purplish tinting may suggest poor circulation or oxygen deprivation, and clubbing, where the nail tips enlarge and the nails curve around the fingertips, can be an early warning for heart disease or pulmonary conditions. Spoon-shaped nails, kilonychia, where the center dips low enough to hold a drop of water, may suggest iron deficiency or hemochromatosis. White lines running across the nail, Merkes lines, may reveal low protein levels in the blood, and splinter hemorrhages, tinny red or brown streaks under the nail, might be signs of endocarditis or autoimmune disorders. These are not casual curiosities. They are your body's quiet alarms. Ancient biological systems encoding medical signals in the most visible, yet overlooked parts of you. It's not just illness that speaks through nails. Your lifestyle echoes there too. A diet low in biotin, magnesium, or essential fatty acids will dull nail strength and shine. Chronic nail biting, onychophagia, may not only damage the matrix and shape, but can reflect psychological stress, obsessive tendencies, or coping mechanisms unspoken and unaddressed. Smoking can stain nails and slow growth, while overexposure to water or harsh chemicals, like cleaning products or nail polish removers, can strip the protective lipid layer, leading to brittleness or splitting. And conditions like psoriasis or eczema can appear not only on skin, but also beneath the nail bed, warping its shape or lifting it from the skin, in a process called onycholysis. Even chemotherapy, often too deep to be seen externally, can cause bands of discoloration or complete nail loss. Each mark a reminder that the entire body is linked through subtle flows of chemistry and repair. Yet perhaps the most extraordinary thing is that fingernails don't just reflect illness, they also narrate recovery. As your body heals, the nail grows forward, replacing damage with healthier tissue, a slow reclamation of normalcy. A Bowes line will move toward the edge of the nail with time, revealing the duration since the stress occurred. The half moon at the nail base, called the lunula, can shrink or vanish in some chronic conditions and return as health improves. The speed of nail growth itself, slowed in systemic illness, can rebound as energy and nutrition return. This regenerative rhythm makes fingernails not only passive indicators, but dynamic feedback loops. They mirror your state, respond to intervention, and record change. No external diagnostic tool you carry is as constant and quietly truthful as your own nails. But modern culture often overlooks this. In a world obsessed with surface beauty, fingernails are painted, polished, extended, and glossed into silence. Yet beneath every coat of enamel or layer of artificial enhancement, biology continues to speak. A doctor who knows what to look for can read your nails like a weathered map, seeing storms past and climate patterns emerging. And while not every anomaly is a crisis, some are harmless or genetic, the principle remains. Your fingernails are not decorative extras. They are health documents, written in keratin growing before your eyes, without fanfare or complaint. Paying attention doesn't require medical training. It just requires stillness, curiosity, and the humility to realize that your body is always talking, even when you are not listening. So the next time you trim your nails, pause. Look, notice. What shape are they? What color? Are there lines, dips, or swelling? When did that spot appear? Are both hands symmetrical? How fast are they growing? These questions are not trivial. They are diagnostics. You are your own ongoing study, and your nails are a living logbook of how well your systems are coping with the invisible forces of life. In this way, self-awareness becomes a form of science, not the kind that uses microscopes, but the kind that uses presence. And that awareness, that shift in how you see yourself, might be the most powerful form of medicine of all. Because long before blood tests or scans reveal change, your nails might already know, and they've been trying to show you. Touch lowers cortisol. The power of a gentle touch is often underestimated, reduced to something sentimental or romantic, reserved for moments of intimacy or fleeting comfort. But beneath the warmth of a hand on your shoulder, or the interlocking of fingers, is an ancient biological script. A story written in neurochemistry, designed not only to connect you with others, but to protect you from the silent storms brewing inside your body. Cortisol, the hormone most commonly associated with stress, is constantly produced in your adrenal glands, surging into your bloodstream whenever your brain senses threat, physical, emotional, or even imagined. It prepares you to fight or flee, heightens your alertness, suppresses non-essential functions like digestion or immune repair, and over time wears down the very system it was meant to serve. Yet, in the presence of physical touch, whether it's a reassuring pat, a hug, a hand hold, or even skin-to-skin contact from infancy, something extraordinary happens. Cortisol levels drop. Not just symbolically or temporarily, but measurably. Your brain interprets touch as safety, signaling through complex networks of nerves and chemical messengers that the threat has passed. And this isn't a fringe idea. It is deeply wired into the mammalian nervous system, a legacy of survival that continues to shape your physiology every day. From birth, touch is the first language your body learns. Before you understand speech, logic, or even sight clearly, your skin reads the world through pressure, temperature, and vibration. When a newborn is placed on their mother's chest, their breathing synchronizes, their heart rate stabilizes, and their cortisol levels plummet, sometimes more dramatically than with any medication. This process is not magical, it's measurable. It is orchestrated by oxytocin, a hormone often dubbed the love molecule, but more accurately, it is the trust signaler. When oxytocin is released through touch, it inhibits the brain's stress response and suppresses cortisol, easing anxiety and allowing for digestion, healing, and even deeper sleep. This balance between touch and stress, between connection and cortisol, continues throughout your life, but modern living often severs the link. In a world of digital communication, solitary routines, and fast-paced isolation, you may go days or weeks without meaningful human touch, and your cortisol levels may remain elevated, simmering quietly beneath the surface, contributing to inflammation, fatigue, and burnout without ever triggering an obvious alarm. Consider how even small gestures, a massage, a pet curled up in your lap, the accidental brush of a friend's arm, can shift your entire mood. This isn't just psychological comfort. It's your parasympathetic nervous system activating, coaxing your body into rest and digest mode. Touch sends a message through the skin's mechanoreceptors, specialized nerve endings that detect different forms of pressure and motion, which then signal the vagus nerve, a major conduit between your body and brain. The vagus nerve, once stimulated, slows the heart rate, reduces blood pressure, calms breathing, and crucially, reduces cortisol secretion. This is not theory. It has been demonstrated in hospitals where premature infants held skin gain weight faster, in patients whose recovery time improves with massage, and even in adults whose cortisol levels drop after holding hands with a partner during a stressful situation. It doesn't have to be romantic or prolonged, just consistent and real. Touch is one of the few interventions that acts simultaneously on your psychology and physiology, restoring harmony not by force, but by signaling that the body can afford to relax. But when this biological need is neglected, when you go long periods without being touched in a way that feels safe, grounding, and non-threatening, your brain starts to treat the world as more dangerous than it is. Chronic cortisol elevation reshapes your cognition, making you more anxious, more reactive, more prone to seeing neutral events as hostile. It suppresses your immune function, impairs memory, disrupts sleep, and increases the risk of heart disease, diabetes, and depression. It becomes a self-reinforcing loop. You feel isolated, which raises cortisol. High cortisol makes you feel more vulnerable and less likely to seek connection, which then prolongs isolation. Breaking this loop doesn't require medication. It often begins with reintroducing touch in small, intentional ways. It might be through massage therapy, cuddling a pet, engaging in dance or physical activity that involves contact, or even practicing self-touch rituals like gentle hand massages, or using a weighted blanket that mimics the sensation of pressure. Your skin doesn't differentiate much between who touches. It only cares that the touch is perceived as safe, consistent, and soothing. This is why therapeutic touch can be as powerful as affectionate touch. It isn't about love. It's about regulation. Even culturally, societies that incorporate more physical contact in daily life, like hugging in greetings, shared communal spaces, or multi-generational households, tend to report lower baseline anxiety and stress-related illnesses. Their bodies are exposed more often to these cortisol-lowering moments, embedded not as rare occurrences, but as routine. In contrast, societies that overvalue independence, personal space, and digital interaction often see rising rates of stress, loneliness, and inflammation-based illnesses. It is not because they lack connection in theory. They may have networks, friends, and online circles, but because the nervous system doesn't register Wi-Fi as safety. It registers touch. Your skin has evolved over millions of years not as a boundary, but as a bridge, a constant dialogue with your environment that tells your brain whether you're safe or at risk. And in this way, the absence of touch is interpreted as danger, slowly, subtly, but persistently. Touch doesn't just lower cortisol, it also enhances empathy, reduces pain perception, boosts immune signaling, and improves mood through serotonin and dopamine release. These benefits are cumulative. A single moment of touch may last seconds, but its effects ripple for hours in the bloodstream, recalibrating the body toward balance. For those suffering from chronic illness, trauma, or grief, therapeutic touch is often one of the first steps toward physiological stabilization. Not because it changes the cause of suffering, but because it tells the nervous system that suffering is not the only thing present. Touch reminds the body that comfort, too, is real. And for those living alone or struggling with social anxiety, initiating touch may feel risky or unnatural. But the body remembers what it once knew. Even the act of touching your own heart while taking a deep breath can begin to engage the same circuitry. You are not a machine that runs independently. You are a biological system that co-regulates with others, and touch is one of its most ancient switches. So perhaps it's time to reconsider how often you allow yourself to be held, touched, or simply physically affirmed, not as weakness or indulgence, but as neurological necessity. In a world overflowing with cortisol triggers, notifications, deadlines, headlines, loneliness, you need anchors. You need anchors. You need moments that tell your body, you're not in danger, you're not alone. And no sentence communicates that to the nervous system as fluently as touch. It's the oldest language your cells know. It doesn't ask for translation. It only asks to be allowed in. Hair remembers hormonal states. You probably don't think of your hair as a historian, but that's exactly what it is. One of the few parts of your body that silently records your past, strand by strand, without ever asking for attention or permission. Each filament that grows from your scalp carries with it a trace of who you were. Not metaphorically, but chemically. It's not just dead keratin or a visual expression of color style or identity. It's a molecular timeline, a slow linear archive etched into protein, stretching backward through time in centimeters, like tree rings made of your experiences. Your hair doesn't grow aimlessly. It builds itself from the inside out, incorporating molecules from your bloodstream as it forms. And those molecules, stress hormones, sex hormones, pharmaceutical residues, toxins, nutrients, don't disappear when they leave your blood. They become part of the hair's architecture, sealed in keratin, and preserved like a fossilized whisper of what your body was going through at the time. On average, human scalp hair grows about 1 centimeter per month. That means each centimeter of hair holds a snapshot of your internal biochemistry from a specific moment in your life. 10 centimeters equals 10 months, 30 centimeters, about shoulder length, is a biological journal of the past 2.5 years. And this journal is shockingly honest. If you've ever felt like your body was hiding something, too subtle to show in a test, too fleeting to be captured by a blood draw, your hair might be the only part of you that didn't lie. It contains evidence of prolonged cortisol elevation during sustained periods of stress, such as caregiving, poverty, trauma, or burnout. It can reveal the gradual hormonal shifts of puberty, pregnancy, menopause, or medical transitions. It can indicate the presence of recreational drugs, therapeutic medications, or environmental toxins long after the blood has cleared. Where blood provides a momentary snapshot, hair offers a documentary. Forensic science has long used this principle to map timelines of drug use, measuring how a substance appears and disappears across the length of a hair shaft. In endocrinology and psychiatry, it's now used to investigate chronic stress through cortisol accumulation. For pregnant individuals, researchers have observed a progressive rise in estradiol levels across trimesters, embedded in the hair like a graph of gestational biology. In people undergoing gender-affirming hormone therapy, shifts in testosterone and estrogen levels have been chemically traced through the hair, reflecting not just a decision made, but a body evolving, aligning, adjusting. Even more striking, hair has revealed how people physically register emotional events they may not even fully recall. Children exposed to domestic violence or unstable environments often show elevated cortisol in their hair, even when their behavior seems outwardly calm. The hair tells a story the mouth can't. What makes hair such a unique tissue for analysis is its stability. Unlike blood or saliva, which fluctuate minute to minute and require exact timing to interpret, hair holds its biochemical content indefinitely. Once a hormone or toxin is embedded in the strand, it stays unmetabolized, unmoved, untouched by mood, hydration, or temporary shifts. And unlike nails, which grow more slowly and unevenly, scalp hair offers a near-continuous chronological record. Every inch is a timestamp, every strand is a parallel archive, and collectively, your hair is a biochemical map pointing backward across weeks, months, or years. This allows researchers to observe patterns that might otherwise go unnoticed. Athletes in high-intensity training often show hormone profiles in their hair distinct from sedentary individuals. People exposed to pollutants like mercury or arsenic exhibit metal accumulations that grow outward with their hair, revealing long-term environmental exposure, even if symptoms haven't appeared yet. Some scientists are now exploring whether epigenetic changes, modifications in gene expression caused by life experiences, might be detectable in hair. These aren't just chemical signatures of the present, but potential reflections of how your body adapted to its environment over time. It opens the door to the possibility that your hair doesn't just remember what happened to you. It may remember how your genes reacted. In this way, hair becomes not just a logbook, but a commentary, a response. The trauma you endured, the recovery you fought for, the months you survived on adrenaline, the weeks you healed in silence, the milestones you passed biologically before you could process them emotionally. All of it subtly encoded in the protein structure of something you might brush aside without a second thought. In combat veterans, studies have shown that hair cortisol levels remain elevated long after deployment ends, even when the mind begins to normalize. For people with Cushing's disease or Addison's disease, conditions marked by irregular cortisol production, hair has helped identify long-term dysregulation that single blood draws might miss. For individuals living near industrial waste or agricultural runoff, Hair has revealed the slow accumulation of metals, pesticides, and solvents that were otherwise invisible. Even the emotional weight of caregiving, divorce, or job loss has left chemical fingerprints in the hair's long memory. And in certain clinical cases, shifts in hair chemistry have preceded the onset of major depressive episodes, hinting at a physiological change before a psychological collapse. And still, for all this remarkable capability, hair remains quietly humble. It does not demand. It does not change shape when it is hurt. It does not glow under a microscope. But what it carries is profound. The very notion that something so external, so cosmetic, could reflect so much internal truth reframes how we see the body. We often think memory lives only in the brain. But your body remembers in layers, in bone density, in gut flora, in immune reactivity, and yes, in hair. Hair is a form of memory that isn't neural, but molecular, not conscious, but constant. Not metaphorical, but real. So the next time you run your fingers through your hair, whether long or short, dyed or natural, tangled or trimmed, know that you're not just touching strands, you're touching survival. You're feeling the quiet aftermath of biology under pressure. You're tracing the imprint of hormones, nutrients, emotions, decisions. You're holding a record that not only shows what your body endured, but when and how long, and whether it faded. In this way, your hair is a monument, a soft, unspoken record of resilience. It reminds us that the body does not forget, that what we experience lives on, not just in our minds or scars, but in the microscopic details we never thought to read. That biology is layered with meaning. That structure holds memory, and that sometimes, the most honest parts of us aren't what we say, but what we grow. Your body has magnetite. You've probably never thought of yourself as a compass, yet inside your brain and throughout your body resides something astonishing. Microscopic crystals of magnetite. Yes, the very mineral that makes traditional compasses point north, embedded within your biological architecture, like hidden needles sensing the invisible. This isn't poetic exaggeration. It's grounded in biophysics, in the deep relationship between magnetism and life. Magnetite is a naturally magnetic iron oxide, and it has been discovered not only in birds that migrate thousands of kilometers with uncanny precision, but also in fish, insects, and, most surprisingly, humans. For decades, scientists believed magnetite was limited to navigation, specialized animals. But as tools became more precise, researchers uncovered a remarkable truth. Human cells also contain biogenic magnetite particles, especially within the brain, and notably in the meninges, the outer layers of brain tissue. These particles are not randomly deposited environmental debris. They're biologically formed within us. Electron microscopy has revealed perfectly structured nanocrystals of magnetite in neural tissue, sometimes arranged in chains. Structures that, in other organisms, have been shown to respond to geomagnetic fields. What could they be doing in us? That question unlocks a doorway to one of the most quietly revolutionary concepts in modern biology, that your body may not just exist in the magnetic environment of Earth. It might interact with it, tune to it, respond to it at a cellular level. Consider this. The Earth's magnetic field is constantly bathing you, extending invisibly from the planet's molten core like a shield into space. Most of us ignore it. We can't feel magnetism directly. We don't perceive it like heat or light. But that doesn't mean we're immune to its effects. Migratory birds use magnetite to detect magnetic inclination and direction. Salmon find their way back to spawning grounds with magnetic cues. Even bacteria called magnetotactic bacteria align themselves along geomagnetic lines using chains of magnetite. So if other life forms evolved magnetosensitivity, why wouldn't we? What purpose might this serve in humans? While we don't consciously navigate using magnetic fields, research has hinted that our bodies might still register them unconsciously. In one study, subjects placed in a controlled magnetic environment experienced measurable shifts in brainwave activity. particularly in alpha waves, associated with relaxed awareness, suggesting that our brains do respond to magnetic field changes even if we're unaware of it. Other studies have examined circadian rhythms and geomagnetic storms, uncovering subtle correlations between magnetic field fluctuations and mood, cognition, and even heart rate variability. Could this magnetite be part of an ancient, now dormant sensory system? A biological compass that once mattered more in earlier environments, when human movement across vast, unmarked terrains made natural orientation a vital survival skill. Some scientists think so. Others speculate more broadly that magnetite's function may extend beyond navigation, perhaps playing roles in spatial memory, orientation, or even physiological regulation. It's been observed that magnetite is especially concentrated in the hippocampus, the brain's memory center. A curious coincidence if it were entirely inert, but it may not be a coincidence at all. Magnetite is also piezomagnetic, meaning it responds to pressure, and it's highly reactive with electromagnetic radiation. This makes it an intriguing candidate for subtle signaling or detection roles inside living tissue, especially in the electrically active environment of the brain. Now imagine the implications. What if your sense of time, direction, or calm is partially influenced by how these tiny crystals interact with Earth's magnetic rhythms? What if your body is more connected to the planet than you ever imagined? Not just symbolically, but electromagnetically, physically, functionally. And what if this embedded mineral is a remnant of an evolutionary adaptation we barely understand? One that links us with every migratory bird, every magnet-sensitive creature through the shared language of planetary fields. It reshapes how we think of the boundary between ourselves and the world outside. Because this isn't just about biology, it's about perspective. We tend to imagine the body as a closed system, governed only by genetics and chemistry, but magnetite challenges that view. It suggests the body is also an antenna, a receiver, a resonant structure attuned not just to hormones and neurotransmitters, but to the broader physical environment, to fields and forces, to space and orientation, to the silent pulse of Earth's magnetic heartbeat. There's still so much we don't know. We don't yet fully understand how, or if humans use magnetite functionally, but the presence is undeniable. The particles are there. They're shaped, ordered, arranged, and their resemblance to the biological magnetometers in other species is too precise to ignore. Some researchers are even exploring whether magnetite might play a role in conditions like neurodegenerative disease. Excessive levels of iron oxides in brain tissue have been found in Alzheimer's patients, prompting new questions about oxidative stress, metal metabolism, and neuroinflammation. Could magnetite, under certain conditions, shift from passive participant to pathological agent? Or does its role remain primarily structural and sensory, waiting to be decoded? Either way, it adds another dimension to the mystery of consciousness, of self, of our relationship to the cosmos. We often seek answers by looking up at the stars. But sometimes, the frontier is inside us, invisible, crystalline, magnetic. So next time you feel a sense of direction, a pull toward a place, or an inexplicable awareness of space, consider that it might not just be memory or instinct. It could be something quieter, older, deeper, something magnetic, something built into the scaffolding of your cells, something that doesn't speak in language or image, but hums beneath your awareness, like a compass needle, gently aligning with a planet's unseen geometry. You are not just walking on the Earth, you are interacting with it in subtle, magnetic ways. And your body remembers that, even if your conscious mind does not. Your eyes blink faster than you think. You probably think of blinking as nothing more than a mindless reflex, an automatic flicker of the eyelids you barely notice, unless something's gone wrong, like a speck of dust or a dry contact lens. But what if I told you that your eyes blink faster, more intelligently, and more rhythmically than you've ever consciously realized, and that within each blink hides a microcosm of neurological coordination, sensory recalibration, and even mental reset? Every time your eyelids descend and rise, which they do between 15 to 20 times per minute under normal conditions. An astonishing series of processes unfolds in under a third of a second. Processes that not only preserve your vision, but also actively participate in how your brain manages attention, filters information, and balances internal timing. This seemingly trivial gesture, often equated with boredom or fatigue, is in fact an elegant, biologically orchestrated act that maintains the health of your cornea, regulates your brain's information intake, and offers a glimpse into the seamless collaboration between bodily function and conscious experience. Most people don't realize how often they blink, because it happens so quickly, so subtly, and so rhythmically, that your own brain erases the moment entirely from perception. In a typical day, you blink upwards of 15,000 to 20,000 times, meaning you spend roughly 10% of your waking life with your eyes technically closed. Yet your visual experience remains smooth and continuous, as if the world never disappears. How is this possible? The answer lies not just in your eyelids, but in your brain. When you blink, your visual cortex, the region responsible for processing images, doesn't just pause, it seamlessly fills in the gaps, suppressing awareness of the blink and effectively editing it out of your conscious stream of experience. In this way, blinking becomes not merely a mechanical act of eye maintenance, but an act of cognitive preservation, a momentary intermission that keeps the visual world from feeling fragmented or disjointed. But blinking isn't uniform, it's exquisitely responsive. You blink more when you are speaking than when you are listening, more when you are anxious than when you are relaxed, and more when you are reading than when you are watching a movie. Your blink rate increases during social interaction, not because your eyes are dry, but because blinking may play a role in signaling and regulating social timing. Studies using high-speed cameras and EEG scans have shown that blinking is often synchronized with the breaks in conversation or story structure. People tend to blink at the end of sentences, at paragraph transitions, or during cinematic scene changes. It's as though your body instinctively knows when to interrupt sight without losing context, using blinking like a biological punctuation mark in the grammar of attention. And it's not random. Blink timing appears to be coordinated by regions of the brain involved in both motor control and cognition, including the basal ganglia, which are also associated with habits, reward anticipation, and even decision making. This suggests blinking might be linked not just to vision or dryness, but to internal states like anticipation, uncertainty, or mental load. Think about that. Every blink you perform could be a mirror of your brain's cognitive rhythm, a marker of your internal tempo, like a drummer's foot tapping in the background while you navigate thought. Even more fascinating is that blinking also has a measurable impact on neural oscillations, those waves of brain activity that govern focus, memory consolidation, and sensory gating. Researchers have observed that blinking can reset certain neural rhythms, acting as a sort of pacemaker that subtly recalibrates your brain's internal clock. That might explain why people blink more frequently when switching tasks or feeling overwhelmed. Your brain is using blinks as tiny resets, moments of recalibration in the storm of sensory input. There's also evidence that blinking influences and is influenced by dopamine levels. Dopamine, the neurotransmitter tied to motivation, pleasure, and movement, is involved in regulating spontaneous blink rate. In fact, patients with Parkinson's disease, who have low dopamine levels, often exhibit reduced blink frequency, while those with conditions involving dopamine surges, like schizophrenia or stimulant use, tend to blink more. So your blink rate, while appearing simple, could be a barometer of your neurochemical balance. And perhaps that's the most intriguing part of all. The fact that something as subtle as a blink carries within it so many layers of biological communication, from tear film distribution to attention management, from emotional signaling to cognitive pacing. Every blink moisturizes your cornea with 3 distinct layers of fluid: lipid, aqueous, and mucin, each with a specific role in preventing infection, clearing debris, and maintaining optical clarity. Every blink prevents light, induced damage by briefly shielding the retina. Every blink keeps your perception smooth by covering up the interruptions, like a masterful editor cutting around film reel breaks. But we don't just blink for ourselves. In face-to-face interactions, your blinking becomes part of your social language. People notice if someone doesn't blink, or blinks erratically, often interpreting it as a sign of deception, anxiety, or neurological difference. Even infants, within their first year, begin to associate blinking patterns with human expression, making it part of the nonverbal fabric of communication. Blinks can create moments of shared attention or signal disengagement. They can synchronize in group settings, subtly bonding listeners during stories or performances. And still, we rarely acknowledge them. They're invisible in plain sight, one of the few behaviors we enact tens of thousands of times a day without realizing it, yet which shape our biology, psychology, and social experience in profound ways. It's ironic that something so essential to vision hides itself from our awareness, but perhaps that's its genius. Blinking works precisely because it doesn't demand your attention. It supports you quietly, invisibly, tirelessly, like a stagehand ensuring the spotlight stays lit. The curtain rises at the right time, and the scene change goes unnoticed. So the next time you feel your eyes flutter closed for just a second, remember that tiny motion is not a passive reflex but an intelligent, rhythmically timed act of neurological choreography. You blink not because you're tired, but because your brain is alive, thinking, reacting, resetting. In every blink is a pulse of perception, a whisper of the mind's quiet maintenance, and an unspoken agreement between your body and your world to briefly pause, recalibrate, and then re-enter the stream of consciousness with clarity. You don't merely see through your eyes. You see because of what happens when they close. You can hear your own eyes move in total silence. There are certain things you assume are absolutely silent. Things so internal, so minute, so intimate, that they seem beyond the realm of sound itself. But if you were ever to find yourself in a chamber of absolute stillness, where every hum of the world is stripped away, you might encounter something startling: the ability to hear your own eyes move. Not the act of blinking or rubbing, but the subtle, mechanical shifting of your eyeballs within their sockets as they dart from one position to another, tiny acoustic traces of motion that under ordinary circumstances are drowned in the sea of environmental noise. This phenomenon isn't imagined or exaggerated. It is a genuine auditory experience reported by those who have spent time in anechoic chambers, the quietest places on Earth, where even the body's most private rhythms rise to the surface, like whispers from a previously inaccessible dimension. Inside such spaces, designed to absorb over 99% of sound, people have described hearing their heartbeat, their blood flow, their joints crackle, and most surprisingly, their eyes glide. These aren't hallucinations, but the actual detection of sounds generated by the extraocular muscles, the 6 tiny but powerful tissues that coordinate the complex ballet of eye movements, known as saccades, tracking, and fixation. Every shift in your gaze is powered by a contraction of muscle tissue, a redistribution of pressure, a micro-adjustment of ocular fluid and ligaments, and this generates friction, subtle pops and clicks that, in complete silence, become audible. But why can you hear it only in such extreme conditions? The answer reveals a profound truth about the human sensory experience. Perception is not only shaped by what is present, but by what is absent. In daily life, your ears are saturated with competing signals: the rustle of clothes, the hum of a refrigerator, the murmur of distant traffic, the rhythm of your breathing, even the electric whine of lights. These sounds, layered upon each other, form an acoustic fog that renders the quieter functions of the body imperceptible. Yet, in the absence of all that input, your ears become hypersensitive, like pupils widening in the dark, and you begin to perceive the baseline operations of your own physiology. Operations that are always there but routinely ignored. Hearing your eyes move is not just a party trick of silence. It is an invitation to realize how much of your reality is edited, filtered, and managed by your brain to keep you sane. You are constantly inundated with more information than you can consciously handle, so your brain, ever the efficient conductor, decides which notes to emphasize and which to mute. This editing process, known as sensory gating, ensures that you're not overwhelmed by the sound of your own muscles or the pressure of your clothes against your skin every moment of the day. But when this gate is lifted, when silence becomes absolute, those background noises surge forward, not because they became louder, but because the world became quieter. And in that reversal, you gain access to a dimension of sensory awareness that usually remains hidden, buried beneath your normal threshold of notice. This is also why astronauts on space stations, when exposed to prolonged quietude, have reported hearing internal body sounds with startling clarity, sometimes describing the sensation as eerie, sometimes even disturbing. The acoustics of silence amplify what is otherwise too subtle to matter. But the idea that your eyes generate sound isn't limited to environments like anechoic chambers. In fact, recent scientific studies have uncovered that the movement of your eyes produces tiny sounds, even in normal conditions, just not always ones your conscious brain can detect. With sensitive microphones placed near the temples and precision recording equipment, researchers have measured the faint clicking and shifting that accompanies saccadic motion, especially rapid eye movements, REM, which occur when you're dreaming. That's right. Your eyes move in bursts while you sleep, and those movements are not acoustically neutral. They create pressure variations in the eye socket and sound waves that, while faint, are real. Even more fascinating is how these eye sounds may not go entirely unnoticed by the brain. There is growing evidence that the auditory cortex, the part of your brain that processes sound, is subtly activated by the movement of your own eyes, suggesting a multi-sensory feedback loop where sight and sound are not entirely separate, but co-informational. Some neuroscientists believe this internal crossover helps your brain coordinate spatial awareness, blending information from multiple senses to refine your orientation in the world. This means that your brain might be hearing your eye movements all the time on an unconscious level, using them to update its model of where you are and what direction you're focused on. In this way, hearing your own eyes becomes a metaphor for something deeper. The fact that your body is a layered instrument, playing countless inaudible melodies that are woven into your experience whether you realize it or not. But in moments of extraordinary quiet, whether in a chamber, a meditation retreat, or an isolated forest far from civilization, those sounds begin to rise, revealing that you are not a silent being but a symphony of internal rhythms, a moving organism that sings softly to itself in every twitch and shift. And perhaps the most poetic aspect of all this is that these sounds are not meant for the world. They are private, introverted expressions of life, like a heart murmuring secrets, like joints confessing their age, like the eyes sighing as they move from thought to thought. You live within this constant concert, and yet you hear so little of it, because the modern world rarely gives you the gift of silence, long enough to listen. But when it does, when all other signals drop away, you hear the truth. Your body is never still, never mute, never empty. Your vision glides silently across the page of reality, but beneath that silence, a whisper echoes with every glance. You just have to get quiet enough to notice. Emotions influence body temperature. You might think your body temperature is governed purely by external conditions, by the sun on your skin, the chill in the air, the insulation of your clothes. But beneath that surface logic lies a subtler truth. Your emotions, those invisible tremors of the mind, are constantly reshaping the climate inside your body, not metaphorically, not poetically, physically. Every shift in how you feel, whether sudden or slow, sends real thermal ripples through your tissues, adjusting the heat you radiate and the temperatures you harbor, sometimes in patterns more predictable than the weather. For centuries, we have spoken of anger as hot, fear as cold, love as warm, embarrassment as burning, and only recently have we discovered how remarkably accurate these instincts were. Scientists using thermal imaging cameras have shown that different emotions produce distinct and measurable changes in body temperature. Anger can increase heat in the hands and face. Sadness can chill the limbs. Happiness spreads warmth across the chest. Anxiety cools the fingers, and shame heats the cheeks. These aren't just poetic conventions. They are biophysiological reactions, governed by the autonomic nervous system, which orchestrates your heartbeat, digestion, and, crucially, your body's thermal response. Think of your emotional life as a weather system, moving invisibly through your body, bringing waves of heat or cold, storms of flushing, fogs of numbness, and gusts of shivers, all orchestrated by neurotransmitters and hormones that translate feeling into flesh. When you feel love, your body releases oxytocin and dopamine, causing blood vessels to dilate, increasing warmth in your extremities. When you feel fear, norepinephrine and adrenaline constrict those vessels, pulling blood toward your core, leaving your fingers cold and clammy. Even the act of lying produces subtle thermal shifts. Truth-tellers stay steady, but those who lie often exhibit localized heating in the cheeks, periorbital area, or upper chest, detectable by infrared imaging even when poker-faced. This suggests that the body speaks its own truth, regardless of what the mouth says. But the question is not just what emotions do to your temperature, it's why. Why would evolution design such an intricate system where emotions alter our internal thermostat? The answer lies in the survival function of feeling. Emotions are not abstract. They are signals evolved to prepare the body for action. Fear cools your extremities to limit blood loss if injured. Anger raises body heat to prime for confrontation. Love increases warmth to facilitate bonding and trust. These changes help you adapt to the social and environmental context you're in. Even when you're not consciously aware of it, your body doesn't wait for your rational mind to make a decision. It prepares you physiologically the moment a feeling arrives. And because these changes are automatic, they can also betray you. In high-stress negotiations, subtle shifts in fingertip temperature have been shown to correlate with deception, anxiety, or emotional discomfort. Tools now being studied for next-generation lie detection. But even outside science labs, you know this intuitively. You felt a wave of heat crawl up your face after a mistake. A cold shiver during a moment of dread, a sudden warmth from being seen or held. These are not imagined. They are the body's way of broadcasting its state, sometimes to others, but always to itself. And while most thermal changes are mild, measured in tenths of a degree, they are consistent, traceable, and neurologically purposeful. Some researchers have even proposed the idea of a thermal fingerprint for each emotion, a map of bodily temperature patterns that could one day be used in clinical diagnosis of emotional disorders, or even AI-driven emotional recognition systems. This deep link between emotion and heat extends even to touch. When you touch someone affectionately, both bodies warm slightly, not just from skin contact, but from the oxytocin and endorphins released by emotional connection. This is why hugs, hand holding, or simply resting near someone you love creates comfort. It is a temperature regulation of both mind and body. And conversely, emotional isolation can lead to chronic feelings of coldness. Not just figuratively, but literally. Loneliness has been shown to reduce core body temperature over time, subtly but meaningfully, as if the absence of warmth in the heart also cools the blood. In psychological experiments, people made to recall a time of social rejection not only reported feeling colder, but performed worse on tasks requiring warmth and empathy, suggesting a feedback loop. Emotional coldness begets physical coldness, which in turn affects how we behave socially. You are, in this sense, a thermal creature shaped by emotional weather. Your skin, your veins, your organs, all react not just to the environment, but to the emotional signals you generate within. And this can be used consciously. Techniques such as mindfulness meditation and controlled breathing have been shown to regulate not only emotions, but internal temperature, giving people the ability to counteract stress, induce chills, or heat waves, with deliberate calm. Tibetan monks, practicing Tummo meditation, have demonstrated the ability to raise their body temperature by several degrees in freezing environments, a skill tied not to magic, but to the deep interplay of emotion, breath, and internal awareness. This shows us something profound. The boundary between mind and body is not a line but a conversation, a dialogue written in hormones, heat, and sensation. You are not merely a brain riding inside a body. You are a whole system where every thought has thermal consequence. So the next time you feel flushed, frozen, or suddenly warm, for no clear reason, remember, it might not be the weather, or the room, or your clothing. It might be your soul, stirring the thermostat. Heartbeats sync with music. It might sound like poetic exaggeration, something you'd expect in a love song rather than a science journal. But your heart, an organ often romanticized and rarely understood in its full capacity, has the uncanny ability to synchronize its rhythm with music, adapting beat for beat with the patterns it perceives through your ears, as if your chest becomes a living metronome to the world outside. This isn't mere metaphor, and it's not just emotional resonance, it's biological reality. When you listen to music, your auditory system sends rhythmic signals not only to your brain, but deep into your autonomic nervous system, which regulates involuntary functions like breathing, blood pressure, and yes, heart rate. These rhythms interact with your body's own timing mechanisms, especially the sinoatrial node, the natural pacemaker of your heart, which is more malleable than most people realize. The moment the tempo of a song changes, your breathing subtly adjusts, and as your breath shifts, your heart follows, thanks to something called respiratory sinus arrhythmia, a natural variation in heart rate that occurs during the breathing cycle. Faster music tends to increase your respiratory rate, stimulating sympathetic nervous system activity, which slightly elevates heart rate. Slower music has the opposite effect, inviting parasympathetic dominance, slowing breath and calming your pulse. This isn't accidental. It's evolutionarily useful. Rhythm is one of the oldest communication forms in nature, and your body evolved to be responsive to it. Because following rhythm was once about survival. Matching group behavior in rituals, dances, or marches wasn't just about unity, it was about cohesion, safety, and communication in the absence of language. Your heart syncing to a drumbeat is a modern echo of an ancient code, but the marvel deepens when you consider entrainment, the biological phenomenon where independent systems begin to synchronize when exposed to the same rhythmic stimulus. If two people sit quietly listening to the same piece of calming music, their heart rates can begin to align, not through conscious effort, but through shared sensory input and mirrored autonomic responses. Studies have shown that when choir singers harmonize, their heartbeats begin to pulse together, not because they're trying to, but because the shared rhythm of breath and sound literally guides their hearts into synchrony. In couples, heart rate synchronization occurs during deep conversations or shared music experiences, especially when eye contact or physical touch is involved. Music acts as a kind of emotional conductor, bringing not just minds together, but bodies, regulating the tempo of our most vital signals without us even realizing it. And this synchronization has real physiological consequences. Listening to music that matches your natural heart rate, around 60 to 80 beats per minute, can enhance focus, reduce stress, and improve recovery from illness or exercise. Music therapy has been used in hospitals to stabilize heart rhythms, reduce anxiety before surgery, and help regulate the breathing of premature infants, who respond better to lullabies than to silence. The connection is so strong that some cardiologists use rhythmic breathing, guided by music, as a non-pharmacological intervention for arrhythmias and hypertension. Even athletes exploit this connection. Runners and cyclists often train to songs with beats that match their stride rate or cadence, not only for motivation, but because the rhythmic match between heartbeat and movement reduces perceived exertion. The brain's motor cortex, auditory cortex, and cardiovascular control centers are all activated during rhythmic tasks, forming an intricate loop where sound literally shapes action and reaction, and the influence flows in both directions. Just as music alters heart rhythm, your heart rhythm can influence how you experience music. If your heart is racing due to stress, exercise, or anxiety, you may prefer faster, paced songs or perceive slower ones as dragging or dull. Conversely, if your calm, slower music feels more natural, emotionally resonant, this is a form of physiological priming, your internal state coloring the way external stimuli are perceived. That means the same song can feel completely different depending on whether you are heartbroken or in love, anxious or at peace. It's not just your brain interpreting the lyrics. Your entire cardiovascular state is modulating your experience. There's also a surprising link between musical expectation and heartbeat. When a piece of music builds tension, your body anticipates resolution. As the melody rises, your skin might tingle, your breath pause, your heart beat faster. Not because the notes themselves command it, but because your nervous system has learned to expect a resolution, a return, a drop, a chorus. And when that drop finally arrives, the release is not just emotional, it's physiological. Your heart literally responds to closure. This is part of why certain chord progressions or symphonies move people to tears. There is an actual release of physical tension, timed with musical shifts. The best composers have always known this intuitively, but science now confirms it. Your heart in these moments is not an idle observer. It is participating, reacting, listening. But why does any of this matter beyond the beauty of it? Because it reveals that your body is not separate from your environment. It listens, learns, and adapts. In real time, you are not a sealed vessel. You are a resonating chamber. Music doesn't just entertain you, it trains your nervous system. And this means music can be used deliberately to shift internal states. Just as caffeine stimulates alertness, a fast tempo playlist can stimulate performance. Just as melatonin regulates sleep, a slow harmonic rhythm can guide your body into rest. You can rewire your response to stress. Practice slowing your pulse. Use songs as anchors for grounding, for memory, for emotional regulation. Some trauma therapists use rhythm, not words, to access parts of the nervous system unreachable by language, helping patients regulate heart rate variability through percussion or even dance. In dementia patients, music can reignite memory, restore rhythm to speech, and stabilize cardiovascular irregularities. It is not magic, it is entrainment at work. Your heart is a drummer, always ready to follow a stronger beat, be it internal or external. And that has profound implications, because it means you are never fully alone. Even when you sit in a quiet room with headphones on, your body is in dialogue with something outside itself. A violin solo slows your breath, a distant drum quickens your pulse, a lullaby softens your edges. This is the secret musicians and composers have always known, that their instruments do not just make sounds, they make waves, waves that meet you, that enter you, that reshape your rhythms, your heartbeat. The ancient signal is listening always. And in the presence of music, it often chooses to respond not with resistance, but with harmony. Your ears never stop hearing. You think silence is the absence of sound, a pause in the world's noise, a place where your senses finally find peace. But your ears know better, because even in your quietest moments, they are still listening, still processing, still wide open to the vibrations of existence, whether you want them to be or not. Unlike your eyes, which can close, or your sense of taste and smell, which fade without stimuli, your ears are in a state of permanent readiness. There's no off switch. The auditory system remains active, even when you are asleep, even when you're unconscious, even when your attention drifts elsewhere, quietly feeding your brain a constant stream of sound data you don't even realize you are receiving. At the heart of this uninterrupted vigilance lies the cochlea, the spiral-shaped organ in your inner ear, lined with thousands of microscopic hair cells, each tuned to a specific frequency, each ready to vibrate in response to the tiniest disturbance in air pressure. These cells convert physical sound waves into electrical signals that your brain decodes into recognizable information: a creaking floorboard, a whispered name, a passing siren in the distance. But you don't just hear these sounds, you react to them, often before you consciously interpret them. Your amygdala, the brain's emotional alarm center, is wired to the auditory cortex in such a way that threatening or significant sounds can trigger a physiological response in milliseconds, faster than your conscious mind can register. This is why a sudden noise can make your heart race, your muscles tense, your breath catch in your throat, even before you identify what you heard. It's primal, it's protective, and it never stops working. Even in deep sleep, your brain continues to monitor sound through a phenomenon called the auditory gating reflex, filtering out familiar noises, but snapping to attention when something unusual breaks the pattern, like a baby's cry or the jingle of keys at the door. This is not a passive system, it's a sentinel. Studies using EEG and fMRI have shown that auditory processing continues in all stages of sleep, especially for emotionally relevant or personally meaningful sounds, which means part of your brain is always awake, scanning for what matters. If music is playing or someone speaks near you while you sleep, your dream narrative may incorporate those sounds in real time, bending storylines to match external cues. Your ears may not consciously interpret these sounds, but they are still delivering data to the dreaming brain, influencing tone, emotion, and even imagery. But what's more astonishing is what you miss. Because although your ears hear everything, your brain doesn't let you notice most of it. Through a process called selective auditory attention, your brain filters incoming sound, spotlighting only what it deems relevant. This is why you can hold a conversation in a noisy cafe, isolating a friend's voice, while ignoring clinking dishes and background chatter. And yet, the moment someone across the room says your name, your attention pivots automatically. This is known as the cocktail party effect, and it's a testament to how deeply your ears monitor the world, even when you're not aware of it. Your ears are not just sensors, they're curators, constantly sorting the auditory landscape to protect, inform, and guide you. And this curation is not fixed. It changes depending on your emotional state, fatigue, age, and even your beliefs. Anxiety makes you more sensitive to threatening sounds. In fact, auditory perception is so intertwined with mental state that some therapists use sound-based diagnostics to evaluate mood disorders. Your brain's perception of a neutral tone can vary depending on how safe or unsafe your nervous system feels. And because your ears never sleep, their influence is relentless. Constant exposure to background noise, traffic, appliances, office buzz can subtly elevate stress hormones over time, a condition known as noise pollution stress, which has been linked to heart disease, cognitive decline, and even shortened life expectancy. Your ears are trying to do their job, but the modern world gives them too much to work with. On the flip side, carefully controlled sound environments, like nature sounds or low-frequency binaural beats, can lower cortisol, slow the heart, and entrain brainwaves to restful rhythms, even during unconscious states. This is why sound therapy is gaining scientific credibility, not just as a relaxation tool, but as a neurobiological intervention. The implications go deeper still, because you're not only a listener, you're a sound producer. Your voice, your footsteps, even the rustling of your clothes generates a personal acoustic signature. And your ears, having learned your own soundprint, use it as a baseline. When something deviates, like an uncharacteristic stumble or a vocal tremor, your brain takes notice, often before you do. This is part of how your auditory system helps monitor your physical and emotional health. In fact, early signs of Parkinson's disease, stroke, and even anxiety can be detected through changes in vocal pitch and cadence. Changes your own ears are registering before you're even aware something's wrong. And there is more. The vestibular system, located within your inner ear, not only controls balance, but works closely with your auditory system to anchor you in space. Sound is directional. It helps you locate danger, detect distance, and orient yourself. When one ear is slightly blocked or sounds arrive out of sync, your brain recalculates your position. That's why spatial hearing is essential to your sense of reality. Without it, the world becomes flat, detached, uncanny. Your ears help map the three-dimensional world around you, even in total darkness. It's not just what you hear, it's where, and perhaps most curiously, even imagined sounds, those you recall from memory or anticipate from expectation, activate similar neural patterns in your auditory cortex as real sounds do. This is why you can hear a song in your head, and it feels almost tangible. Your auditory system has no firm boundary between external input and internal construction. Memory, imagination, and perception share neural architecture, blurring the lines between what's real and what's recalled. You never truly stop hearing. Not when you are resting, not when you are dreaming, not even when you are imagining. Your ears remain open, and your brain never closes the door completely. Even in anechoic chambers, specially designed rooms that absorb all sound, people report hearing their own heartbeat, their breathing, the gurgle of digestion, and sometimes faint hallucinations, proving that in the absence of external sound, your body becomes the source. You are never truly in silence. You are always a concert of inner rhythms, echoing in a chamber that's always listening. And when you step back into the world, the orchestra resumes. Traffic, birds, wind, whispers, your own thoughts spoken quietly behind the scenes. You're not just a person in the world. You are of the world, constantly vibrating in harmony or tension with its frequencies. Your ears, patient and tireless, make sure of that. They are your antennae, your early warning system, your spatial guide, your memory recall, your emotional amplifier. You may close your eyes, but you will always hear. And that is no accident. It's design. Body heat can power micro devices. You might think your body's warmth is just a passive side effect of being alive, a byproduct of all your cells working, breathing, and converting food into fuel. But what if that heat, the very energy radiating from you in silence, could be harnessed to power machines? Not metaphorically, not poetically, but physically, electrically. Every second, your body generates heat, equivalent to about 100 watts, roughly the output of a bright incandescent light bulb. Most of it dissipates unnoticed, warming your clothes, the air around you, or the bed sheets beneath you. But embedded in that warmth is a potential source of power, an energy source that science is beginning to tap into through tiny ingenious technologies called thermoelectric generators. These are devices that convert temperature differences directly into electricity, and when placed against your warm skin while exposed to cooler air, they can generate a flow of current. It sounds like science fiction. Machines feeding off body heat. But the underlying principle is purely physical. Electrons move from hot to cold, and clever materials like bismuth telluride or silicon, germanium alloys exploit this gradient to harvest energy. This concept has been around for decades, powering spacecrafts like Voyager with nuclear decay instead of body heat. But now it is finding its way into medicine, fitness, and even wearable computing. Imagine a pacemaker that never needs a battery change because it draws power from your own body heat. Imagine smartwatches, hearing aids, or tiny medical sensors embedded beneath your skin or tucked into your clothes, running perpetually without ever needing a charger. Because you are the charger. Research labs around the world are refining materials and designs to make this more efficient, working with nanostructures and flexible electronics that can conform to your skin like a second layer. Some are building fabrics woven with thermoelectric fibers, creating clothing that silently powers embedded sensors, tracking your heartbeat, hydration, or body posture. Others are crafting bio, integrated circuits that can run on the few microwatts your skin provides, enabling new forms of long-term health monitoring for patients, athletes, or the elderly. But this goes deeper than just convenience. The notion that your own body heat, a thermal whisper you constantly give off, could sustain technology challenges our understanding of energy in everyday life. We tend to think of power in terms of external sources: plugs, wires, batteries, fossil fuels. But here, you are the source. Your existence, your motion, your warmth becomes the generator. And this isn't limited to humans. The principle applies to any temperature differential. Between your body and the air, between your bloodstream and your skin, between the sunlit side of a device and the shadowed edge. Thermoelectric technology is fundamentally about imbalance, using nature's own tendency toward equilibrium as a current to capture and direct. And yet, it's in your body where this potential feels most intimate. Your heat is not abstract. It is the measurable hum of your metabolism, the friction of your blood cells rushing through arteries, the chemical burn of glucose in mitochondria. It's the signature of being alive. And now, with devices shrinking to micro and even nanoscale levels, we're discovering that the human body is more than just a subject to be measured. It can be the power source itself. Tiny implants that measure brain signals or deliver precise doses of medication could soon operate without ever needing a battery swap, because your own temperature keeps them alive. This could revolutionize remote healthcare, allowing for long-term data collection in patients without the risks of invasive surgeries to replace depleted batteries. In disaster zones or wilderness explorations, wearable tech powered by body heat could offer life-saving communications or monitoring without reliance on solar or manual recharging. Even prosthetic limbs could benefit, integrating sensors that stay operational purely because they touch warm skin. Some researchers are even experimenting with dual systems that combine thermoelectric and piezoelectric energy. So your body heat and your movements work together to generate enough power for sustained function. The broader philosophical question begins to emerge. What happens when the boundary between biology and technology softens so much that your body becomes part of the power grid? When you're not just using devices, but nourishing them with your warmth. It reframes the idea of human-machine symbiosis, not as a science fiction fantasy, but a quiet evolution already underway. Your heat, once wasted into the air, becomes the thread that keeps machines alive, and perhaps that makes us reconsider how we define energy in the first place, not just as a fuel to be extracted, but as something we already carry. As materials improve and devices grow more efficient, the wattage needed to operate useful technologies continues to drop. What once required 50 watts now runs on 5 milliwatts, and the human body, with its vast surface area and thermal consistency, becomes an unexpectedly stable generator, especially in cold environments where the temperature contrast is greater. There are challenges, of course. Thermoelectric materials are still relatively inefficient, and the electricity produced is modest, but for microdevices, it's enough. And the more we refine the interface between skin and circuit, the more seamless this becomes. You won't even feel it. The device resting against your wrist or chest will quietly sip the warmth you already give off, and it will work. This quiet partnership between flesh and silicon marks a new age in energy, one that no longer separates the living from the powered, because when you sit perfectly still, doing nothing, simply existing, you are still producing electricity. Your temperature, your constancy, your being. It can fuel the future. The appendix has a function after all. For decades, the appendix was ridiculed as nature's mistake, a vestigial remnant from our evolutionary past, a useless little pouch dangling at the junction of the small and large intestines, doing little more than causing trouble when inflamed. It was the punchline of biology lectures, a surgical nuisance, the one organ everyone seemed to agree we could live without. But what if that tiny overlooked structure had a hidden purpose all along? What if the appendix, dismissed and removed in millions of people, was quietly performing a role so foundational that its loss subtly reshaped how our bodies respond to illness, immunity, and even survival itself. Science, as it turns out, is never done revising its assumptions. And in recent decades, researchers have started to realize that the appendix might be less of a relic and more of a sanctuary, nestled safely in the shadows of the gut. The appendix appears to be a protective reservoir for beneficial gut bacteria, a biological safehouse that stores healthy microbes when the rest of the gut is ravaged by infection, food poisoning, or antibiotic disruption. Imagine a wildfire sweeping through a forest, consuming everything in its path, but a small hidden cave sheltering seeds and spores survives untouched, ready to repopulate the land when the flames pass. That is the modern understanding of the appendix. During intestinal distress, the appendix's structure, a narrow, finger-like tube with limited exposure, allows it to remain insulated, preserving microbiota that can then repopulate the gut, restoring balance and health. This microbial role is vital because the human digestive system is not just a tube for processing food, it's a dense ecosystem teeming with over 100 trillion microbes, many of which play crucial roles in digestion, immune response, and even mental health. Losing that microbial diversity can mean increased susceptibility to disease, reduced resilience to stress, and longer recovery times. And the appendix may serve as a quiet guardian against that loss. But that's only the beginning. Immunologically, the appendix is rich in lymphoid tissue, making it an active participant in the gut-associated lymphoid system. This means it's not just a passive tube, it's a surveillance node, a place where the immune system learns to recognize and respond to foreign invaders, while preserving tolerance to the body's own microbial residents. In early life, the appendix appears to help train the immune system to differentiate friend from foe, shaping immune intelligence in ways that echo throughout a lifetime. Evolutionary biologists have long noted that animals with social or complex dietary behaviors, such as primates, often have an appendix-like structure, and it appears in more than 70% of mammalian lineages. Far from being a one-off evolutionary glitch, the appendix has evolved independently in different species multiple times, suggesting a strong selective advantage. That's not how evolution behaves toward useless organs. It trims the fat, deletes what isn't needed. The persistence of the appendix across time and species points to a consistent underlying value, even if we're only now learning to appreciate it. Interestingly, people without an appendix aren't doomed, but studies do show subtle differences in their health trajectories. For instance, appendectomy patients show a slightly increased risk of certain infections, such as Clostridium difficile, and in some cases autoimmune conditions. There's also a growing body of research exploring correlations between appendectomy and long-term microbiome instability. While not conclusive, the trends suggest that the appendix plays a stabilizing role, one that's only noticed in its absence, like a dam that holds firm until removed, and then the waters change course. Even in modern medicine, where antibiotics and probiotics offer tools for gut restoration, the presence of a natural microbial backup system, one housed inside your own body, is an elegant, self-sustaining design that speaks to the sophistication of evolutionary biology. From an engineering perspective, redundancy in systems is a hallmark of resilience. The appendix seems to embody this principle, offering a kind of microbial fallback that helps organisms weather physiological storms. But perhaps the most striking shift is philosophical. Recognizing the appendix's purpose changes how we view all vestigial structures, all so-called junk components of biology. If the appendix, maligned for over a century, turns out to be an essential microbiome guardian, what else might we have underestimated? It invites a new humility in science, a recognition that absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. Just because we don't understand a structure's function doesn't mean it has none. The body is a layered system of redundancies, feedback loops, and quiet mechanisms, many of which we have yet to decode. So now, when you hear someone say, "You don't need your appendix," you might pause. Because yes, you can survive without it, just as you can survive without a spleen or one kidney. But thriving, adapting, and recovering swiftly from microbial disruptions, that's another matter. The appendix may be your microbiome's lifeboat, its quiet reboot button, and its immune training camp all in one. And in a world where gut health is increasingly linked to brain function, emotional resilience, and chronic disease, protecting your internal microbial archive may turn out to be far more critical than we ever imagined. Your bones are hollow, but hold huge pressure. You may think of bones as hard, dense structures, rigid white sticks, hiding beneath your skin, silent and still like the scaffolding of a building. But that assumption barely scratches the surface of their complexity, and even less of their hidden paradox. Your bones are hollow, yet they are strong enough to withstand forces that would crumple concrete or twist steel. And inside those hollows lie not emptiness, but the source of life itself. It's strange to think that the hardest parts of your body are, structurally speaking, also some of the most porous. A femur can support up to 30 times your body weight, yet it's lighter than a plastic rod of the same size. Why? Because nature, through millions of years of evolutionary refinement, discovered a principle that modern architecture now borrows from: strength through lightness, resilience through internal design, not by filling something solid, but by sculpting it with purpose. Inside each bone, a latticework called trabecula, or spongy bone, forms an intricate honeycomb of tiny beams and cross supports, optimized not randomly but along lines of habitual force. If you were to look at it under a microscope, it would resemble the design of a Gothic cathedral or a suspension bridge, beautiful, functional, and calculated for maximum efficiency. These internal struts make bone incredibly good at distributing pressure and absorbing shock without breaking, while still remaining light enough to allow movement, flexibility, and balance. But it's not just about physical mechanics. Within the hollowness lies marrow. And this is where the story takes a sharp turn into the profound. Because your marrow is not passive filler. It is a biological engine room, a living factory producing billions of blood cells every single day. Red cells to carry oxygen, white cells to defend you, platelets to clot and protect. The hollow space within your bones is where your body renews its lifeblood. Constantly, invisibly, ceaselessly. Think of that. The structure designed to endure crushing weight is simultaneously the place where life is continuously generated. In that sense, bone is both armor and origin, but there's more. Your bones aren't static, as they might appear in museum skeletons or anatomical models. They're dynamic, constantly changing, constantly adapting. Every 7 to 10 years, the human skeleton is almost completely renewed. Osteoblasts build bone. Osteoclasts break it down. This remodeling process allows bones to strengthen in response to increased use, like in athletes or manual laborers, or weaken with disuse, like in bed rest or aging. Bone listens, it responds, it adapts, but it does so silently. You don't feel the reinforcement happening, nor the microscopic cracks forming and healing every time you walk, run, jump, or even sit. Yet your bones register your life. They remember your injuries, your habits, your posture. Calcium is stored and released on demand, regulated not only by dietary intake, but by hormones like parathyroid hormone and calcitonin. It's not a rigid material, it's alive. And then there's the connection between bones and the immune system. The marrow doesn't just make blood, it educates it. The immune cells that patrol your body, that fight viruses, that remember pathogens, and prevent reinfection, many of them mature inside your bone marrow. This makes bone more than structure, it makes it strategy. Your immunity, your capacity to fight, to heal, to endure, is housed in the quiet tunnels of your skeletal frame. And when something goes wrong in the marrow, like leukemia or anemia, it doesn't just affect one part of the body, it affects your entire vitality. Then there's the fact that bones are storytellers. Forensic anthropologists can look at a person's skeleton and reconstruct their history, how they lived, what they ate, where they moved, what diseases they had, and even the repetitive motions they performed. Bones hold echoes. They whisper across time. A healed fracture tells a tale of trauma and survival. Thickened areas reveal physical strain. Lack of certain minerals may suggest periods of starvation or malnutrition. Your bones are your autobiography written in mineralized tissue, and they continue speaking even after death. But let's return to the paradox: how something hollow can be so strong. Modern engineers emulate this idea. Airplane wings, bike frames, skyscrapers, many of them are built with the same principle: a strong outer shell, supported by a carefully arranged inner network. What's astonishing is that bone does this without human planning. It self-organizes based on use. If you favor one leg, the trabeculae within that femur grow thicker and stronger. If you break a bone, the callus that forms is sometimes stronger than the original. If you bear weight, you grow strength. If you float in zero gravity, as astronauts do, your bones thin, weaken, vanish. They require pressure to remain whole. Bone, then, teaches us about balance. Too much force and it shatters. Too little and it dissolves. Like life itself, it demands engagement, a rhythm of stress and recovery. But perhaps most overlooked is bone's role in signaling. Recent studies reveal that bones communicate with other organs through hormones like osteocalcin, which affects insulin regulation, brain development, and even mood. That means your skeleton is involved not just in standing and moving, but in thinking, feeling, and metabolizing. The barrier between structure and sensation, between movement and emotion, is more porous than we once believed. In extreme endurance athletes, marathon runners, or dancers, stress fractures arise, not only from overuse, but from the body's failure to keep up with its own demands, a failure of recovery. So bones don't just reflect strength, they reflect sustainability. And now imagine this: every step you take sends a pressure wave through your skeletal system, a symphony of compression and tension, and your bones respond in real time. They don't just carry you, they change for you. They're constantly adapting to become the shape your life requires. And that shape, whether strong, brittle, bowed, or fractured, is a mirror of how you've lived. It holds secrets of stress, growth, resilience, and neglect, which leads us to a final, sobering thought. For all their strength, bones can also break, not only from trauma, but from silence, from inactivity, from deficiency, from the slow erosion of care. That's the irony of being human. What makes us strong, our adaptability, our internal scaffolding, is also what makes us vulnerable. Your bones, hollow and silent, are listening, not just to gravity, but to you, to how you move, how you rest, how you nourish yourself. They don't ask for attention, but they deserve it, because inside them lies not just your ability to walk, run, and reach, but the blueprint of your resilience and the quiet testimony of how you've carried the weight of life. Skin is the largest organ. You might think of your skin as just a wrapper, something that separates your body from the outside world, something thin and passive that merely contains what matters inside. But that is one of the greatest misconceptions you'll ever carry, because the truth is that your skin is not only alive, complex, and intelligent, but it is also the largest organ you have, a sprawling, three-layered, self-repairing, constantly sensing and communication-driven system that does far more than protect you. It defines you, regulates you, senses the world for you, and tells your entire life story without ever speaking a word. At first glance, it seems simple. What you see in the mirror, the smooth or rough texture, the scars, the color, the freckles or tattoos, but that's just the epidermis, the outermost 0.1 millimeters of a massive multi-layered structure that can weigh over 4 kilograms in an adult and stretch out to cover more than 2 square meters of surface area. Think about that. Your skin is not just a barrier, it's a landscape, a living fabric of nerves, vessels, glands, cells, memory, and sensation, woven tightly and delicately across your body, like an intelligent suit that grows with you, heals when damaged, and even learns from your environment over time. It is constantly renewing itself, shedding 30,000 to 40,000 dead cells every minute, and replacing them with new ones, so that every 28 days, you are, in effect, wearing a completely new version of yourself, without ever noticing. But your skin is more than renewal. It is memory. Every scar is a story. Every callus, a history of repetition. Every sunspot, a time stamp of your exposure to the elements. Every wrinkle, a signature of expression, time, stress, and joy. Beneath the surface lies the dermis, rich in collagen and elastin, fibers that give your skin strength and elasticity. And below that, the hypodermis, filled with fat cells, blood vessels, and connective tissue that regulate temperature, store energy, and cushion your muscles and bones. And yet, all three layers act as one organism, coordinating, reacting, and responding. Skin doesn't just shield you, it communicates for you, both inward and outward. Inside, it regulates your temperature through sweat and blood vessel dilation. Outside, it expresses your emotional states through blushing, paling, goosebumps, or flushing, quiet signals of fear, arousal, embarrassment, or danger, long before words ever emerge. Skin is where your nervous system meets the world. Every inch is packed with nerve endings that make it your largest sensory interface, an organ of perception that detects heat, cold, pain, pressure, texture, vibration, and subtle shifts in touch. These sensory receptors don't just help you navigate the physical world, they define intimacy, danger, and comfort. A warm hug, a chilling breeze, a paper cut, or a mosquito's landing, all are felt because your skin listens with exquisite sensitivity. Even more remarkably, your skin helps you fight battles you never see. It is your first line of immune defense, hosting a complex network of Langerhans cells, mast cells, and antimicrobial peptides that neutralize invaders before they reach the bloodstream. Your skin microbiome, an invisible community of trillions of bacteria, viruses, and fungi, lives symbiotically on the surface, protecting you from pathogenic organisms and helping to train your immune system to distinguish between friend and foe. This ecosystem, like a rainforest on your body, is unique to you, shaped by your genetics, your habits, your diet, your environment, and even your pets. It is an invisible fingerprint layered upon your visible one. And then there's melanin, the pigment that gives your skin its color produced by melanocytes in response to ultraviolet radiation. This pigment not only protects you from DNA damage caused by the sun, but it also reflects an evolutionary map of where your ancestors lived, how much sunlight they encountered, and how their bodies adapted to it. Skin color, often misunderstood and misused in history, is simply biology's way of adapting human survival to light. But beyond protection and perception, your skin is a mirror of your internal health. From liver disease to dehydration, from stress to hormonal imbalance, from vitamin deficiencies to autoimmune conditions. Your skin is often the first to signal that something deeper is wrong. Pale lips, yellow eyes, rashes, dryness, or unusual bruising. All of them are not just surface features, they are clues your skin broadcasts, even when you wish it wouldn't. Acne during adolescence, eczema during allergies, psoriasis during stress, rosacea during heat or alcohol intake. These are not just conditions, they are expressions. Your skin speaks your body's dialect fluently, and for those who can read it, it tells the whole story. And here's something more startling. Your skin is also emotionally intelligent. Studies show that even imagining the sensation of touch can activate certain regions of your skin's receptors, meaning that your brain-face-skin connection isn't one way. It's a loop, you think, and your skin reacts. You stress, and it flares. You fall in love, and it tingles. Your skin does not wait for contact, it anticipates it. And that anticipation is part of what defines your relationship with others. Skin is also boundary and bridge. It is where we draw the line between me and not me. And yet, through touch, it is also how we connect. Infants who are held and stroked develop healthier nervous systems and emotional resilience. Adults who experience affectionate touch produce more oxytocin, the bonding hormone, and lower their stress hormones. In therapy, trauma survivors often need to renegotiate their relationship with touch before healing can take place. Touch is not a luxury, it is language, and skin is the page it is written on. But even skin's silence is powerful. It is capable of camouflage and change. It thickens in response to labor. It adapts to friction. It stretches in pregnancy and weight gain. It retracts in cold. It scars when wounded, but not randomly. It orchestrates healing through a precisely timed cascade of clotting, inflammation, regeneration, and remodeling, involving dozens of chemical messengers and cell types. That means your skin is not passive. It's tactical, and even when it fails, in burns, wounds, or disease, it tries again, grafting, regenerating, trying to close what was broken. And now, in cutting edge science, we're learning even more. Bioengineers are creating synthetic skin with sensors. Researchers are decoding how to 3D print skin for grafting, and psychologists are beginning to understand how skin hunger, the lack of touch, affects mental health. In deep isolation, even if the body is fed and safe, lack of physical connection can spiral a person into depression. That's how foundational skin is, and yet many people overlook it. We obsess over hearts and brains and lungs, but we ignore the canvas that holds them all together, the sentinel that guards them, the communicator that touches the world before our words do. We try to scrub it into flawlessness, cover it with cosmetics, pierce it, tattoo it, judge it, but rarely do we appreciate that it is working for us every second. In heat and cold, in light and dark, in sleep and waking. When you sit in the sun and feel its warmth seep into you, when you shiver as wind brushes your cheek, when your fingers trail through fabric or another person's hand, that is skin, giving you the miracle of experience. It is more than a boundary. It is a symphony of sensing, signaling, protecting, expressing, regenerating, and connecting. It is the oldest thing you own, the first thing others see, the only part of you that is always on display and always listening, and yet it remains humble. Your skin is not just your largest organ, it is your most human one. Human hair is surprisingly strong. You probably wouldn't think twice about the strands of hair that fall into the sink after a shower, or the ones caught on your clothes throughout the day, because hair is so ordinary, so ever-present, so quietly growing and shedding and regrowing, that most of us treat it as background material, cosmetic at best, annoying at worst. But what if I told you that each strand of human hair is a miniature marvel of natural engineering, a biological cable forged from proteins so resilient that, ounce for ounce, human hair can be as strong as steel, and yet flexible, regenerative, and expressive in ways metal never could be. In a world where strength is usually measured by what's heavy or loud or visibly dense, it's astonishing to realize that something so soft and silent, something you can barely feel between your fingers, can withstand forces that would break materials seemingly tougher than it. And it's not a metaphor, it's measurable. A single strand of healthy human hair can support up to 100 grams of weight before breaking. Multiply that by the estimated 100,000 strands on the average scalp, and, on paper, your hair alone could hold up the weight of 2 adult elephants. Of course, the way the load is distributed and environmental conditions matter. But even in realistic tests, human hair continues to surprise scientists, with its tensile strength, elasticity, and structural complexity. At the microscopic level, hair is a layered structure, not a hollow filament, but a dense composite of overlapping keratinized cells, arranged in concentric zones. The outer layer, called the cuticle, is made of scale, like cells that protect the inner cortex, which in turn is packed with fibrous proteins aligned, like rebar in concrete. These protein chains are primarily keratin, one of the most durable substances your body can produce, rich in cysteine, which forms strong disulfide bonds that give hair its resilience. It's this molecular cross-linking, formed through sulfur bridges, that makes keratin so difficult to dissolve, burn, or tear apart. Hair is not dead, as many assume. While the visible shaft is no longer living tissue, the follicle embedded in the dermis is an extraordinarily active biological system, equipped with its own blood supply, hormone receptors, stem cells, and even microscopic muscles that respond to temperature and emotion. Those tiny erector pili that give you goosebumps when you're cold or afraid. And that strength isn't just mechanical. It's also chemical, evolutionary, and cultural. For one, hair resists decomposition for years after death. Archaeologists have recovered hair from ancient mummies, Viking graves, and even Ice Age burial sites. Its structure remarkably intact, allowing scientists to analyze not only its DNA, but also diet, stress levels, and even environmental toxins the person was exposed to. Hair doesn't just survive time, it records it. Think of each strand like a timeline etched in protein. Unlike blood, which constantly cycles, or skin, which sheds, hair captures and stores biochemical data from the bloodstream as it grows. Approximately 1 centimeter per month, creating a literal record of what your body has been through. Hormonal shifts, exposure to metals or drugs, nutritional deficiencies, and emotional stress. Forensic scientists can use this timeline to piece together not just who someone is, but what they were experiencing physically and emotionally during specific periods of their life. But the marvel goes beyond science into engineering. Researchers have studied the structural properties of hair to inspire new synthetic materials. Hair's combination of toughness and lightness, along with its ability to return to its original shape after bending, has led to biomimetic applications in textiles, aerospace composites, and even medical sutures. And hair's ability to self-repair minor damage through hydrogen bonding and moisture absorption is something material scientists dream of replicating. Unlike plastic or steel, hair can respond to humidity, heat, and pH changes, reconfiguring its bonds dynamically. In other words, it's not just strong, it's smart. And yet, we cut it, dye it, heat it, bleach it, stretch it, coil it, hide it, and flaunt it without giving much thought to what it actually is. A biological fiber that grows from your scalp like a living sculpture, with strength encoded at the molecular level, and patterns determined by your genetics, your hormones, and your ancestral geography. Curly hair, straight hair, coiled hair, these aren't just cosmetic categories. They're mathematical differences in follicle angle, cross, sectional shape, and the arrangement of keratin proteins. Curly hair, for instance, is often elliptical in cross section and asymmetrical in follicle curvature, which creates natural tension and spirals, while straight hair grows from round follicles with even keratin distribution. These differences not only affect aesthetics, they affect strength, thermal insulation, and even perception of health across cultures. But here's what most people miss. The symbolism of hair's strength goes deeper than physics. Across history, hair has been a metaphor for power, freedom, vulnerability, identity, and resistance. From the biblical tale of Samson, whose strength was stored in his locks, to the ritual shaving of heads in monks, soldiers, or concentration camps, hair has always been a site of emotional and psychological weight. We intuitively know that cutting hair can feel like a rebirth or a loss, depending on context. Survivors of trauma often describe their hair as one of the first things they change, coloring it, cutting it, reclaiming it, because hair, being simultaneously visible and personal, becomes a statement of control. In this way, its strength is not only mechanical, it is deeply symbolic, and that symbolism runs across cultures. In many indigenous traditions, hair is considered an extension of the soul. In modern society, it becomes a canvas for expression. Bold colors, wild shapes, natural textures, protective styles, braids, fades, locks, all of them forms of resilience and identity. And yet, the strength of hair is also psychological. Studies have shown that people undergoing chemotherapy who lose their hair often report it as one of the most emotionally painful parts of the process. Not because hair is vital for health, but because it's tied to perception, normalcy, and control. To lose hair is to become visibly marked by internal struggle, and to regrow it, however slowly, is to regain a sense of self. But perhaps, what's most humbling is this: hair grows, not for beauty, not for fashion, not for symbolism, but because your body is built to do so. It is a default act of biology, a quiet miracle that continues whether you notice or not. Each strand grows from a single follicle, in a cycle of anagen growth, catagen transition, and telogen rest, meaning your hair is constantly in flux. You're never wearing exactly the same head of hair as you were a year ago. And still, that head of hair, despite being insensate and proteinaceous, holds the strength to endure storms, sunlight, salt, wind, chemicals, heat, and time. It is a testament to biological design, a composite of simplicity and sophistication. You don't need to flex your muscles to demonstrate resilience. Your hair does it for you silently, invisibly, brilliantly. So next time you catch a fallen strand between your fingers, don't just brush it away. Pause and wonder. That filament carried your stress, your nutrients, your ancestry. It resisted gravity, endured humidity, absorbed pollution, and still shimmered in the light. It was never just hair. It was strength, grown quietly, worn proudly, and lost daily, only to be renewed again. That is the paradoxical power of being human. Your strength doesn't always roar. Sometimes it grows in silence, in strands, in softness that does not break. Sometimes it shines without asking for attention. Sometimes it's as simple and as extraordinary as the hair on your head. Your tongue print is unique. You probably never thought of your tongue as a passport, a fingerprint, or an identity badge, but nestled inside your mouth, behind layers of speech and taste, lies a structure so intricate, so uniquely yours, that no other human on the planet shares its exact topography. Not your DNA twin, not your sibling, not even a clone. Because the surface of your tongue, that seemingly simple muscle that helps you eat, talk, and swallow, is a biological snowflake, completely and unrepeatably individual. While fingerprints have long been used for identification, what if I told you that your tongue, often hidden and underestimated, contains patterns just as specific, and potentially even more secure? The idea of a tongue print might sound like science fiction, but it's science fact, and it's been quietly gaining attention in biometrics and forensic science. Your tongue is not just a slab of tissue, it is a biomechanical masterpiece, composed of 8 interwoven muscles, layered in complex directions that allow it to perform an extraordinary range of tasks. From curling and flattening to wriggling, retracting, and forming thousands of precise shapes needed for articulate human speech. But beyond its movement, what truly sets it apart is its surface, covered in papillae, tiny bumps responsible for taste, and riddled with grooves, ridges, and individual vascular patterns. The tongue's topography is shaped by genetics, developmental conditions in the womb, early nutrition, and long-term lifestyle habits. These patterns are not static. They shift subtly over time, like skin does, but their underlying structure remains distinct, forming a personal map of muscular curves and epithelial texture that no scanner can confuse with another. And unlike fingerprints, which can be worn down or scarred by injury, your tongue lives in a protected cavity, hidden from sun, wind, or abrasion. It regenerates quickly, maintains its form in old age, and has a built-in moisture barrier that protects it from environmental damage. It is, in many ways, a superior biometric marker, shielded, resilient, and impossibly hard to fake. But this is just the beginning. The uniqueness of your tongue isn't limited to surface texture. Scientists have discovered that the tongue contains a vascular signature that is equally individualized. Using near-infrared imaging, researchers can capture the underlying blood vessel layout, how they branch, where they cluster, how they pulse, revealing a biological roadmap as consistent as a retina scan. In fact, some labs are now experimenting with tongue-based identification systems, where a person places their tongue gently onto a hygienic scanner that reads their topography and blood pattern within seconds. The results are striking, accuracy levels rivaling, and in some cases surpassing, traditional fingerprint recognition. But let's step back from technology and remember how evolution shaped this organ in the first place. The human tongue evolved not just as a tool for eating or speaking, but as a sensitive interface between our internal world and the external environment. In the animal kingdom, tongues vary wildly. Think of the long, adhesive flicker of a frog's tongue, the brush-like structure in a cat's mouth, the prehensile curl of a giraffe's. Each is tailored to that creature's survival. And for humans, our tongues became a conduit for some of the most complex communication systems in the natural world. Language. They also became a sensor array, equipped with taste buds for sweet, sour, salty, bitter, and umami, as well as pressure receptors, thermoreceptors, and even nociceptors for pain. These allow us to judge not just flavor, but temperature, texture, and safety. The tongue is, quite literally, the gatekeeper of the digestive system and one of the most finely tuned sensory instruments in the human body. Think about this. No other muscle in your body works quite like the tongue. It has no skeletal support. It operates purely through muscle tension and interlacing fiber networks. It's fast too, capable of making hundreds of tiny adjustments in milliseconds during speech. When you say "the," your tongue hits your teeth. When you say "sun," it floats near your alveolar ridge. When you roll your R's or pronounce gutturals, it arches and hums and tightens. All this happens without you thinking, without conscious control. And yet the precision is staggering. That's why slight differences in tongue muscle control can alter accents, speech disorders, and vocal identity. In fact, forensic linguists can often detect a speaker's region, health status, and even psychological state just by analyzing how the tongue interacts with speech. And yes, your tongue leaves traces behind, just like fingerprints. In forensic science, bite mark analysis has long relied on dental patterns. But now, tongue movement and muscle strength are being studied to identify force vectors, contact patterns, and food trace distribution, offering subtle clues in criminal cases. But perhaps even more fascinating is how the uniqueness of your tongue intertwines with your emotional and neurological state. It's affected by stress, arousal, trauma, and mood. Your tongue can tremble when you're afraid, go dry when you're nervous, clench when you are angry, or become unusually mobile during excitement. It reflects your internal rhythms more than you realize. Parkinson's patients often experience tongue stiffness as an early symptom. People with anxiety may chew their tongue or develop speech disfluencies. Even dreams can involve tongue activity, as sleep studies show movements in REM phases, when people dream of talking or tasting. Your tongue is awake even when you're asleep. It never entirely rests. And that's not just poetic. It's neurobiological. It's connected to multiple cranial nerves, each handling different functions: motor, sensory, taste, and constantly exchanging data with your brainstem, your cortex, and your gut. Yes, your gut, because the taste and motion signals from the tongue trigger enzymatic responses in the digestive tract before food even reaches the stomach. The body prepares, anticipates, coordinates. Your tongue, therefore, is both sensor and communicator, an oracle of sorts between brain and body. And that brings us to a deeper realization. If your tongue is that unique, an organ of perception, expression, identification, and adaptation, then perhaps it deserves a level of reverence we rarely offer. We train our voices, whiten our teeth, and style our hair. But we ignore the very organ that makes our speech intelligible, our flavor perceptible, and our identity, in a strange, measurable way, verifiable. Imagine a world where voice prints and tongue scans replace passwords and passports. It's closer than you think, as AI and biometric security advance. Your mouth may become the most secure vault of all, not because it locks anything in, but because it reveals who you are in ways no key ever could. And yet, your tongue is more than a security feature. It's a historian. It tells the story of where you come from. Linguists can trace the shape of the tongue and mouth to how certain languages evolved, why Slavic consonants require sharper movements, why tonal languages depend on slight shifts in pitch, how ancestral climates may have shaped oral anatomy. Your tongue isn't just unique, it's ancestral. Every word you say is built on centuries of adaptation. Every taste you savor shaped by thousands of cultural choices encoded into biology. So the next time you speak, taste, swallow, or even bite your tongue by accident, pause. You're not just using a muscle, you're revealing a part of yourself that no one else has, a code no one else can replicate, a living proof that even the things hidden inside you, especially the hidden things, are part of a masterpiece, too detailed to ever occur twice. The inside of your mouth holds a secret map, and that map, it turns out, was always drawn for you alone.